All right, good morning. This is the October 6th North Carolina Charter Schools Review Board meeting. We're going to take roll. Jeremy Wall. Stephen Gay.
Here.
Linda Lynn Kakadelis.
Here.
Bruce Friend.
Here.
Rita Hare.
Here.
Hilda Parlay. Todd Godby.
Here.
Eric Sanchez. Shelley Shope. Here. John Eldridge.
Here.
Eric Gukian. Gerald McNair.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum and we may begin.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the October meeting of the Charter School Review Board. We're meeting today, Monday, October 6th, and then also tomorrow, October 7th. I want to thank all review board members that are here in person, as well as those that are participating remotely. As you know, we have a full agenda over the next couple of days. And thank you, too, for all those who may be listening in across the state as well. Let's begin our meeting this morning with the Pledge of Allegiance and the salute to the NC flag. The Charter School Review Board works to ensure the existence of high quality charter schools in North Carolina. Our ethics statement reads as follows. Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we do the work of the Review Board. Does any member of the Review Board know of any conflict of interest or any appearance of conflict of interest with respect to matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the attention to the matter of the chair. It will then be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. We have the agenda before us that was posted in eBoard. As I mentioned earlier, we have 2 full days here together of new applicants and other discussion as well. And, can I get a motion to approve the agenda for October 2025?
Mr. Chair, Hilda Parlay moves to approve the
Linda Lynn
October 25th meeting agenda.
Linda Lynn Kakadelis seconds.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, we'll just do a group vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? All right, hearing none, that passes unanimously. We also have before us the meeting agenda, or I'm sorry, the meeting minutes, from September 2025. Hope you've had a chance to review those as well. Can I get a motion to approve September 2025's meeting minutes?
This is Rita Hare, I'll second.
Great, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. So moving right along, we have some amendments this morning to take action on, and I'll ask Ms. Wetzel to come forward. Good morning.
Good morning, Julie Wetzel with the Office of Charter Schools. We have 2 amendments this morning, one from Pine Lake Prep and one from Wayne Preparatory Academy. The first is a mission statement from Pine Lake Preparatory. They are requesting to change their mission statement. They're a public charter school operating in Iredell County since 2007 that serves approximately 1,900 students in grades K-12. They went through a strategic planning process a few years ago, completed a 5-year plan, and changed their mission statement. They wanted to reflect not only preparing students for college, but preparing them for careers. So their current mission statement currently reads, preparing students for college and a purposeful life. And the proposed mission statement reads, preparing students for college, career, and a purposeful life. So it was a minor change. Input process was from stakeholders, school leadership, and the board of directors, and we have all the required documents.
I move that we accept the mission statement.
simple and easy.
I second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? All right, hearing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, our next amendment request is from Wayne Preparatory Academy. They're requesting to participate in the National School Lunch Program. They're a charter school in Wayne County. They've been in operation since 2014, currently serving about 850 students in grades K-12. They started looking at the National School Lunch Program last year. Their board approved to participate last April in an effort to better meet the needs of students and families. So they will be offering to all scholars, as it will help scholars and families have access to nutritious and affordable meals. We have all their documentation and input processes from the Wayne Preparatory Academy Board of Directors. They are online if anybody has any questions.
Any questions for the board of Wayne Prep? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second from Stephen Gay.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, next up, new school enrollment update. Dr. Norns, good morning.
Good morning, board. How is everyone this morning? Dr. Norns from the Office of Charter Schools here to share, as of October 1st, the 2025 RTO school enrollment. These are the schools who just opened in August of 2025. As you can see here on this slide, most all of these schools have added enrollment since their first day of school. And so their projections, some of them, most all of them, are not meeting their projections, and they have seen growth since they opened their doors for the first time, with the exception of Triad International Studies Academy. You've received information that they are below the 80 enrollment mark for the state. They are actually here with you today to address any questions you may have. They have included their 3 different kinds of budgets. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to look at those, but I think that would be pertinent. And they have included a letter of request for you all in today's eBoard documents, as well as their own presentation. Any questions before I invite them?
Thank you for that summary. I see there's the first school on the list, Anderson Academy from Foresight, looks to also be under 80. Is that correct? Or what's the status with them? at this
Remember,
time?
Anderson was the school who requested an amendment because of their alternative
That's correct. Thank you.
population. So they actually were granted that from you all in, I believe it was April or May. And as you can see, they've continuously grown. I have some other information from that school, but they're looking great. I attended their ribbon cutting. The entire multipurpose room was full of prospective parents as well. And it's a beautiful campus.
Thank you for that. Yep.
Okay. Dr. Zhao and his team are here with us today, if you'd like to come up.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yep. The floor is yours. Obviously, we've invited you in today because of low enrollment, not meeting state requirement for a minimum of 80 students. So if you could just sort of talk us through your situation at the present time, and I know you submitted a request as well.
Yes, sir. Good morning, all the committee members. I'm Chao Wei. I'm the board chair of Chad International Studies Academy. Enrollment is under projected number because we encountered renovation delay. So in August, we had to put all the students in the auditorium. So that's we had about 104 students registered, but after because of the renovation delay, we lost almost half of them. So that was our biggest challenge. And now the renovation is almost there, but we already lost the enrollment time window. So that's why. On the slide, we have already got TCO for the auditorium, the 4 modular classrooms, and the first floor of the main teaching building. So right now we have close to 15,000 square feet of teaching spaces, 9 classrooms. We got the certificate of occupancy for educational use. But again, the renovation was delayed. That caused the biggest challenge for us. And I know most of the schools, if their enrollment is under the projected number, they will face a lot of financial challenges. We fortunately have got support from our landlord and from the community, and we are able to stay financially sustainable even with 50 students enrollment. And the landlord has agreed to defer the rental payment for TISA. So if you go to the next slide, it's we are having worked with all the partners, communities, and all the teachers, and engaged with all the parents that we have ongoing enrollment strategy. We are going out to the community every week to work with some of the professional marketing companies. And as you can see, our social media has got a lot of attention. We got more followers in the past couple of weeks. But again, we missed the enrollment time windows. That's the biggest challenge. If you go to the next slide. And this is another thing. We have 2. Number one is financially, we might be able to financially sustainable. Another challenge or uniqueness for TISA is we have over 1/3 of the students enrolled are EC students. So we think we've been serving them really well. I think we have left a very positive community impact. So that's something we think we would like to emphasize here as well. And if you go to the next one, and we like to get another enrollment time window for us so we can, beef up the number. So we would like the CSRB to consider to give us enough time so we can bring up those numbers. And given the percentage of the EC students for us, we also don't know if it's possible to consider waive the cap for us. So that's the request. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for that presentation. We're going to probably take time here to ask some questions of you.
Yes, sir.
And of your request. I guess the first question that comes to mind is, delays are unfortunate. Many of us have experienced that. But as you got closer to the opening day of school, and it was apparent you weren't going to meet 80 students, why did you not ask for a year delay? We had several plans because renovation is the priority. So if you notice, we add some modular classrooms. That was the plan A. Plan B, and then it turned out to be Plan A. We want to use the modular classrooms so that we can accommodate the students. We thought we were able to make it. So the first day of school is August the 13th. The first 2 weeks of August, starting from late July to the first 2 weeks of August, it rained 2 weeks nonstop. That was something we were not expected. And the modular classrooms took more time. The city came in, say there is a height differences, so we have to get structural engineers. So those things were not expected, and particularly the rain. I mean, we
the board discussed we should, but because of the modular classroom, they were ready and they were readily made for the school scenario, and we thought we were able to place them on time, but we lost 2 weeks.
What's the highest number of students that you actually had parents definitively committing? I'm not talking about those who came to them, signed up at a community event and said, I'm interested, or went on Facebook and said, I'm interested, but were like, you open, my child's coming. What's the highest number that was there?
I think it's 109. That's the last time we presented here. We came here and we presented, we said we're gonna open on time as scheduled, and that's the number, 107 or 109, one of those.
So roughly 55 to 60 of those students decided not to come with you because of how long was your delay in opening?
We opened on time, August the 13th.
So if you opened on time, why did half of the parents leave?
So August the 13th is second week of August, and we had an open house the Friday before that. And because of the rain, because of the renovation was going on, and I noticed I was guiding the traffic that night. The whole parking lot turned into like a muddy place, and so I think I heard parents say, "Look, you're not ready," but at that time we were too late. We're only 2 days away from the first day of school, so we thought the parents would still come.
So you didn't delay opening.
We did not.
You told those 109 parents that you were going to open on this date.
Yes, sir.
And you did.
We did not, because it was too late, and we thought the parents would, appreciate our program rather than focusing on the hardware, the facilities. And turned out that we were wrong.
Other questions from board members?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Who is your landlord?
Lingua Vista Education Foundation.
Repeat that, please.
Lingua Vista Education Foundation.
Okay. Are you the owner of that
I'm one of the owners.
organization? You're one of the owners.
Yeah.
Is the rent $53,000 a month according to that condensed budget that was submitted?
No, the rent was very reasonable because Lingua Vista Education Foundation was set up to help the school. So I believe the monthly rental is $17,500 a month.
Okay. In your current debt service, in your current budget, you have the rents and the debt service at $53,000 for the month
Dr.
to
Lee, can you
date at
come over and talk
106,
about
which
the
is 2
budget?
months worth.
I think the
There's a
landlord.
debt service as well then.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Dr. Lee, she's the one worked with Prestige on the numbers, so she might be able to
Okay.
answer your question.
Okay.
Excuse me, can you please say your question again?
Yes, you've submitted a condensed budget for the month of August. And under your expenses, you have rent and debt service at $53,000. Month to date is $106,000. Just wanted to know, is that the monthly rent and debt service? And is that what would be waived by the landlord, which is the partnership that Dr. Shu is in?
No, the rent, I think that, or you mean the one I highlighted, the 53, the one?
Is anyone's,
Yeah, so that includes both rent and debt. The debt was the one that the school borrowed for the starting up fund for the RE planning year. So then
Okay.
that loan was planned to repaid within 5 years. And so I think the first year we pay some of the interest, and then from the second year we pay some of the premium. So that was part of that. Yes, ma'am.
so is that loan reflected in your beginning balance budget, in the beginning balance that you start with? That's the loan proceeds? Yeah, right, in your
Yes,
revenue.
I think so. I think so.
Okay, if you look under local revenue and it says loan proceeds, it says 0 in the current month. The year to date was 81,000.
Right, we have not paid any of the loan. We have not repaid any yet.
Okay.
Because we want to keep we know that the start of the school will be hard financially. So we literally design the repay for those loans. I think it's either in January or March. I need to check yeah. So that is why we do not have pay any loan yet.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned a pre-K program. How many are in the pre-K program?
Right now, we have 14.
And is there revenue from that, and is that in this budget? I don't see it reflected in the budget.
It is in the aftercare program because.
So it's called after. I saw the before and after care.
Right. That was the one.
That's pre-K?
Part of the pre-K. Because we also have before and after care for the K-2 students. So that is combined.
Okay, have you revised the budget in the format that the Charter School Review Board facilitates, where you demonstrate your revenue based on your student numbers?
I do not recall that we change that budget after school starts, but originally when we submit to the in June, when we submit to the final one, and the break-even number was 60, and that was in the format that DPI asked for. And this one was this budget was revised by our contractor, Prestige. Ms. Casey will work on that one, and with our team and our treasurer on the board. Yeah, but if
Okay.
you need, we can submit one for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Point of understanding, they have not done a revised budget with the format of the Office of Charter Schools.
Right.
Okay.
I'm just looking at your original application that we approved 2 years ago. Of the 45 students, can you just give us a sense of what's the breakdown of EDS, ethnicity, race of those 45 students?
Among those 45 students, we have 25 for free lunch, 4 for reduced lunch, and we have 12 who has identified EC students already, and we have 3 on the radar in the process of MTSS, and which very likely will also be EC. So together we'll make it 15 EC students. And we have 22 ESL students so far.
What about the ethnicity and race breakdown?
I think original in our charter, the rate for the EC was 8%, and the rate for the ESL was, I'm not sure, I cannot recall, either 22 or 25% of the age of the percentage of the population, and the original EDS was 51%.
I'm asking about race and ethnicity.
Race, right. We do have 2 Asian, 3 Asian actually. And then I could not record the exact number for white and black, but let me think. 1, 2, 3. About 40% to 50% are African Americans, and then 20% 30% ish Hispanic, and then the rest are white or 2 races, except for the 3 for Asian.
Other comments or questions?
Just a question maybe for the board. First of all, I love these guys, and I hate to see that you guys are in the position to even have to be here today. I wish you would hit your target. Am I to understand the question today is whether or not there is a special consideration for whether or not this school needs to meet the minimum 80 students? Is that what they're requesting?
Yeah, they're requesting us to, in essence, waive the state statute that says minimum of 80.
And do we have the authority to do that? I would love to have
I'm not an attorney.
Here to
I know
tell
we
us
have
that.
a lot more
There's
powers than we used to have as the CSAB, but we're also not legislators.
Well, the 80 minimum has a provision that says under, I think it's exceptional or extraordinary, I'll have to look it up.
It's been noted in their letter, right? Their
Okay,
letter.
circumstances, you can waive that, like you did for Anderson. I think we have maybe 2. that you've waived previously. So you have that
Can we
ability.
go up? Can we go up on that? One more? Okay, right there is where, under NC General Statute 115C, TISA's unique student population constitute compelling reason for exception to the 80 student minimum. That's what I see as their request.
I think when you mentioned Anderson, we're talking about the other school, but I think there's important differences here. They requested from the get-go in their application, it was going to be less than 80. Like, it wasn't after the fact, oh, we didn't hit it, now can we get a waiver for it? It was part and parcel to their application because of the very nature of the unique student population that they're serving. So I think that point well taken, but I think it's two very different, two very different schools.
Did I hear correctly that their break-even number is 60? And they have 45 students? Your break-even number?
50.
The break-even number is 50.
50.
For us.
So if I don't know whether I can talk right now. I mean, because I want to explain this to you, why it comes right now. Just now, Mr. Friend asked us why we did not bring this to us before the school opens. The reason was when we offered open house on August the 7th, we had around 90 students show up. And then some accident happened, and then we lost many students because of that accident. As I said just now, we serve a very high population for EC students, which we did not expect this, because the original plan was we like to our demographics mirror the local one, which is around 8% or no more than 12%, but eventually we come up with about 30%. And then some accident did happen on open house.
What could you be specific
Yes.
about what the accidents
So we
were?
had a EC student, and the parent never bring the students to us, and we did not receive the records, and and the parents refused to let us know what the student's spectrum for autism is, and then she bring the child to us on open house, and while we are not prepared for that. So some incident happened, the child hit some students during open house, while we have all of the parents, all of the students on site. Even with that modification, we were not well prepared for open house. I have to take that on my fault, because if I had known that early, that may helps a lot. And then, but that reduced our enrollment dramatically. But after school starts, none of our incident was related to the students or any of the droppment. As you see on the number just now, we have 45 minus 3. The minus 3, they drop off is not because of the EC, because of the incident, because of something else. So I want to bring this up to you, that our compelling reason that we want to request for the waiver was really we are serving a very special group of students, which we did not expect, but we have been well served since school starts, and we see the very positive impact for those students and the other students as well. So I was told before I came here, we will need to emotional appeal and share some stories, but I value your time, and you're all very experienced educator, and I know that how it will look like when you have 15 EC students on campus in 3 classrooms, and at least half of them are autism, and at least half of the autism students are aggressive one, but we serve them very well, and all of the students are growing. So I have to say, we did not come here, we would come here early or before the school starts if we had known the situation or the population or demographics will be where we are now. But the things is, it just came here naturally in this way. So, but thank you for your time, and thank you for your support and understanding as well.
Other questions or comments from board members?
Mr. Chair, I agree with Dr. Eldridge that I was very excited about this school and their potential and their mission, their location. I thought a lot of things were working well for them, but they're struggling, and looks like it could be beneath the viability level. In the initial interviews before the charter was approved, we kind of provided some guidance on Dr. Shu and his decisions to manage his own, sort of create his own management company, handle it in that way. I don't know if you guys recall that, but he decided to continue to do it on the way that he was pursuing it, so he doesn't have the support of an independent management organization that maybe would be able to mitigate some of the difficulty here. But I wish that he had followed that guidance. I think that even the very point that they raised, that 31% of their population is EC, is proof positive that they need a strong start, that they need to come in well prepared and ready for the student population. Not to say this is the reason we are weak or this is the reason we're struggling and that it's not going well. It's a compelling need to have a very strong school to serve that population. So I'm not feeling like this is something I could support. As much as I regret it, I want to communicate that to fellow board members and see what your concerns are.
I'm still concerned with, I can't get past the numbers, and you guys know how I am on budget and numbers, but 45 students, but then I heard -3, so that gives us 42 students, and then I heard 12 EC students and then 15. I'm having a hard time, break even number is 60, or maybe it's 50, or it could be 80. I'm having a hard time with that process. I mean, those are the things that can make or break, especially when you have this few amount of students, just with sustainability.
I too, now I was not here when the charter was approved, but I have known about the school and was very excited about the school. But I'm too am extremely concerned about these numbers, and I do have a concern. I wished, which Monday morning quarterbacking is that you had gotten another year delay. That would have solved a lot of these issues, especially at the open house when the situation happened. When that situation happened, because it's going to take you a while to. The public is not as forgiving sometimes, and so I have concerns starting out this week, especially with the number of EC students. That's not for the faint of heart at all, at all.
And I also concur, without being redundant, and I've been on your campus, and at first it seemed that they didn't get the students because of the weather. I mean, we can't control the weather, but I too am struggling with these numbers. 60%, then they said 50% was the break even, or 60 versus 50, and the other numbers as well. So it's a tough situation to be in, but it's a real one to be in. And we can't compare them with Anderson.
Eric?
I have a question. Do you have I'm sorry I was late, by the way. Do you have a plan budgetarily or programmatically to support those EC students? Can you elaborate on some of the any adjustments that you've made since that change in your student population happened to really serve those EC students well?
Thank you for your question. That's a very good question. In our revised budget, all of the EC students will be served according to the IAP from the day one, actually. So we do have contracted OT. We do have contracted a speech, and we also partner with Aspire, which is a local ABA company, and they will be able to sign people to us within a week. And we do have two students already. They have come with the ABA, and we work with the families and with the Aspire so that the cost can be covered by their Medicare or by their insurance.
Thank you for that thorough answer. I was hearing in that answer, though, as you were adding services, some budgetary implications, which I think speaks to a broader kind of programmatic policy with EC students. But curious to know how you're paying for all that.
Yes, we already put that in the budget already. Thank you for asking.
Okay, thank you.
So the current budget that you saw just now was included.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, can you articulate again the mission of TISA? Your mission?
Sorry.
Can you articulate the mission of TISA?
The mission is to educate the global citizens for with cultural awareness, linguistic competence for the globalized era. That's always we always want to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is it immersion in a dual language program?
The culture and the linguistic part is what we do.
Do you anticipate the high numbers of EC students being problematic for that immersion in dual language?
I personally spend time with the EC students. Mm-hmm. That's before I came over here. Mm-hmm. A lot of them are surprisingly talented in mathematics and in language. They know me, Dr. Zhu. A lot of them know me. Hey, Dr. Zhu, why didn't you say hi to me? And Wosi is another student. He counted from 1 to 110 in Chinese right in front of me on Friday. Mm-hmm. To be honest with you, this is very difficult for me. I have a career and I don't have to do this, but because I have a vision. Mm-hmm. And those moments are the moments that made me feel all the time and the money spent on it worth it. Mm-hmm. EC student does not necessarily mean they cannot be academically successful or they cannot be learning the language or culture. Mm-hmm. And the parents told them, that's Dr. Zhu, that's Dr. Li, and they remember those. Mm-hmm. So I know it's hard. I know it's hard for the community to make the decision. It's hard for us too, because we are the one in it. We are the one working so hard every day. But again, like I said, we don't give up until the last minute. Mm-hmm. We've been working hard on it. I know the community have been supportive of us. If there's any way you think we can continue, or you think we'd love to give it a try. And I already talked to my team, to the investors, community partners. They have made the commitment. The budget we have for 50 students, the rental waive or deferral is a big part of it. And other things we think that's the one budget we discussed with Prestige many times, and they think this is something achievable. And again, that's. But again, go back to your question. Sorry. Yeah, I think I think we even with such a big population of EC students, we can still work hard because those students won't get those opportunities elsewhere. That's why they chose us. And now we have like an EC student school now. I don't know why.
Can you? I want to pause this. Any board members who are online, I want to give you a chance to chime in if you have any questions. Can you give me the breakdown of the 45 students by grade level?
Yes, kindergarten is 24. Kindergarten 24, 25. First grade is 13, 12, and the second grade is 8.
For the, do you have a sense of for the first and second graders where they came from? Were they in just local public schools by their home prior to coming to you, or do you have any data on what their prior enrollment was?
I have 12 in first grade, and half of them are EC, and most of them are first year at school because when.
Yeah, the question is, where were they before
Guilford
they
County.
came to you?
Most of them are Guilford County, but they did not go to the GCS because last year when they were there, they did not have good experience. So 5 of them are doing homeschooling last year. And then this year, after they contact with us and they came to do a tour, they talk with us, they talk with our EC teachers, they talk with the homeroom teachers, and they decide to send it to us. 8th grade, we have one EC. Second grade, we have one EC students, and all of my second grade, except for one, come out from GCS. First grade, we also have one from Thomasville. Yeah.
Todd?
Dr. Elridge, I'm not a lawyer and didn't sleep at a Holiday Inn Express last night. But the general statute says, however, the charter school may serve fewer than 80 students or employ fewer than 3 teachers if the application contains a compelling reason, such as the school would serve a geographically remote and small student population. I think that implies that this is not when you would ask for that, but rather when you applied.
So
And I'm not sure that-
I do have legal review from Mr. Walker, who's not here
Perfect.
today. The compelling reason, we as this board can determine what the compelling reason, we define what compelling reason is, right? And correct, more times than not, compelling reason from the applicant's perspective is at the time they're writing the application, like the other school that we've talked about this way. They knew they were not going to hit 80, and here's why, because it's a very unique population. So we approved that from the very beginning. We do have the ability that after the application has been approved, and even after the school has opened, the applicant or the school can come before and say, we didn't hit this minimum number, and here's our compelling reason. We have to decide whether we really feel that's compelling enough. So from a legal standpoint, I'm told that we can still implement that compelling reason clause if we choose to.
And Bruce, this is Stephen Walker. I am online right now, listening in.
I didn't mean to speak for you, Mr. Walker.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. Basically, what this would be an amendment request, an amendment to the application, saying that we would like the waiver for less than 80 students. So it would be in the discretion of the board whether they wanted to do it. I just say whichever way you go, make sure you lay out the reasons why you decided either to grant the exemption or to deny it.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. I think for some of us, I tend to echo some of the comments made by my colleagues. The most recent example we have was about 2 years ago at this time, where we had a school in Pittsburgh that did not ask for the waiver for the 80 student minimum before they opened, and subsequently opened and did not reach 80. And we did not feel that their rationale for not hitting 80 was compelling enough, and we ended up closing that school December of that same year, which is a really difficult thing to do for all parties. We don't want to be here making this decision any more than you want to be behind that podium right now. That school had more numbers than this school did. And this is just my thought. I heard weather created challenges. Weather creates challenges anytime you're doing construction, trying to get a school open, but you still opened on time. Weather didn't delay the opening that parents did decide, oh, they're not going to open this month, it's going to be this day, it's going to be 2 weeks later. You still, hats off to you. Despite that challenge, you still opened on time. And the accident situation you described is one that none of us who operate schools would ever want to be in that position. Absolutely. Can completely understand how that can be unsettling for families who are coming to an open house. But even if all 109, that's 64 families, 64 students. I have a hard time believing that whether or a situation that occurred at open house that you could have and you probably did explain to your families that was unfortunate. Sorry you had to experience that. You know, more students chose not to come than have come. It just has to be bigger. It has to, me, in my mind, be, there's a bigger reason than this. Even at 109, those of us who've started schools, I mean, that's a thin margin. I mean, that means for every 2 students who say they're coming, 8 of them, or every 10 that say they're coming, 8 of them do. And even highly successful schools and startups that may not get that level of stickiness, you might say, right? Of families who say they're coming that actually walk through the door the first day. That's a lot of students who left, who said they were committing to the school. I'm struggling with it being simply chalked up to being weather or a really unfortunate accident on open house. That may sound like I'm being insensitive, but that's a lot of students. That's 64 students who didn't show up the first day of school.
One of the things that made the Saba decision fairly easy was that I think in October or November when they came, they had already plowed through 80% of their budget, if I remember correctly. I mean, that was kind of like you're not going to make it to December, right? I mean, so I'm not sure how hard it would be to get something from school business that would let us know also where they are in target with their budget, to let us know, are we 30% in, are we 60% in, where are we on the money that's left inside the budget that would help balance out their suggestion that they would be able to make things work because they've waived rent. And then, some of the questions about some of the extra personnel that had to be added to handle some of the EC situations. It'd be interesting to see where they are in target with spending their money currently. Not that I'm trying to delay anything, but I would like to, it'd be interesting to know that information.
I like the fact that we have the legislative latitude of defining what compelling is, but this isn't 10 students short of 80.
May I jump in here? Just a quick question. Again, I really appreciate all the support. I agree. We were not prepared for this too. We thought that we lost some students, but not expecting this. Now, there got to be other reasons. We need to find out. Next time, if I choose to do this again, we'll definitely do it better for this part. May I ask? I know the law says that 80 is the number, is the magic number, and you have to have compelling reasons. If we put that in our application, that would make more sense. Now we come back afterwards, like high science 2020. But my question is, I have to ask this because our team discussed this. Will the board? I know the board you have to close if school is under 80, but you can decide when to close the school. I don't know if that would be possible. We get more time, so we can because we work really hard every day. I think if we have more time, if we have another enrollment window, we might be able to do that. Again, we will be financially sustainable. The state is not going to give us more money. I don't know if that's possible. We get more time. That's actually, a petition letter that say either exempt the cap or give us more time. I don't know if that is possible because we have not discussed this yet.
That's a fair question for sure. If a motion were to be made to close the school, there would need to be a stipulation of effective when, right? I guess technically we can make any motion we want, right? We can say effective when, unless the school hits 60, 80 by this certain date. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Your track record doesn't suggest that that's gonna happen. It just doesn't. Now we're gonna, the students that you're gonna go from 45 to 80 are already in school. They've been in school. Their first quarter is almost over, if it's not over. I get your optimism and I get your tenacity and roll up your sleeves and we're going to get it done. But you had 2 years to get 80, and now you're going to close that 45 to 80 gap in the X number of weeks with students who have already finished their first quarter at whatever school they're at.
We were thinking about.
I'm highly skeptical of this, but that's my opinion. Others are allowed to disagree with that.
Yes, sir.
I
We
answered
will not.
I answered my own question. We're at 67.3% according to the budget that was submitted, and this is as of whatever the date. This is wow. Oh, I'm sorry. This goes back to the end of August. At the end of August, they were at 67.3% of their budget remaining.
Question I have, this is Gerald McNair. What role does schools board of directors play with helping to get some of these enrollment numbers higher than what they've been?
The school board has been really involved in this renovation-wise. We have a huge disadvantage. None of us live in High Point. So, like Lisa, the vice chair, she lives in South Carolina, and she could go all the way to here. So that's one of the things we figured it might be not helping. So the board has been involved more. Like they use their own connections to, so we emphasize local partners. Yes, sir. The board has been involved, but might not be helpful enough for this part. And also we understand, you give us a few weeks, we're not able to do that. We just want another time window, but if it's, I understand that I don't want to make this conversation too difficult for you. I know you have a full agenda to follow. We have tried our best, and we do everything we can, and we are just not say get the approval and then we waste our time. No, we work really hard. We not bring any bad names to charter schools and charter school systems. That's something I can assure you. All the EC students we're serving, they are very happy with us. So whatever decision the board decide to make, we respect that, and we appreciate that all the help and support you have given us. You give us a lot of chances, and we really appreciate that. This is a great learning experience for us as well.
Okay, behind my question also is, are you anticipating any aggressive efforts to try to get the numbers up?
Yes, sir. We have been contacting professional marketing companies for the past couple of weeks already, and to see if they can do something that we have not done. And so they gave us a lot of suggestions. And if the board give us more time, we will contract with not one, but 2 or 3 of them to see if they can help us. But again, nobody can, if the enrollment window is not there, nobody can do the magic, really.
Right.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I make a statement, more of a statement than a question? Again, like I said, I was so impressed with the vision, and I embrace your vision. I like Mr. Friend. I don't think you're going to be able to get those numbers, even with a professional marketing company. I just don't feel that. That's just my opinion. On the other hand, and I'm torn because I know EC parents, and when they find a school that meets their needs, it's devastating to them. And I don't know if you have the financial backing, but I would encourage, I mean, this is just a thought, okay? That you could, if you have the financial backing, to continue this year, and you can file as a private school quickly and be a private school. And if the families agree with that, and somehow work that out, and then come back and do a fast track if you want to do a charter school, and you could have a conversion. But I just don't see how, and man, I am torn because I'm thinking of the students that are talking in Chinese to you, that are EC. Yeah. It breaks my heart that these families might have to go back to where they don't want to go, or they're just homeschooling because they think that's the best for their, I mean, that's what they can do to meet the need of their child. So that is a thought, but I cannot, in good conscience, vote for a waiver on this school as a charter school.
I was going to actually suggest the whole fast track myself because I think now that two things that you've said today I think are really important. One is you don't know the community because you don't live in the community, right? And the community's learning you now, right? If everybody had that opportunity when they were putting their application in to get to know their community like you are, they'd already be ahead of the game. Because that's one of the biggest questions when a school comes in here is how do you know the kids are going to come? Because you don't know them, they don't know you. You've kind of got that base started, right? And then I think the opportunity to evaluate the students that ended up showing up and how that fits into the mission of the school. Is it still the same mission, or is there an edit or a change or a modification to that mission, knowing the students that actually were attracted to this school? And if that's the case, then you have a different market that you're thinking about getting a professional marketing agency to look at. So I love you guys, man. I've been there a few times. I've been right there along you trying to pull things along, but I too am very worried that you're not going to hit your targets that you want to, and you're going to put yourself in a financial strain that you don't need to be in, right? So I would highly recommend that you can take a look at that fast track opportunity now that school's done. You got the modulars in place. You know what kids are starting to come. Take a look at what you can do to beef that up, and then let's take a look at where we are maybe in the spring.
Yes, sir.
I think those are good ideas, but the reality of the timeline though here, and again, I'm really not trying to beat you up. You just would have been in a much better place if you had just said we needed a year delay. You knew going in this summer that things were not, the numbers just weren't there. I know you wanted them to be there, but they weren't there. And if you turned the charter in, you'd be a year ahead even or not turn the charter in, excuse me, if you asked for a delay, you'd be in the position of, okay, you got another year open in 2026. I mean, even with the fast track, to be clear, fast track still means 2027.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions?
Bruce, this is Steve Gay. I was listening to this. You're not gonna, we have a fiduciary responsibility to, the taxpayers of North Carolina. We love the idea. You've had a couple curveballs. It seems like you've hit the curveballs. If we delayed this, let's say John's earlier comment was, what would this look like in December? Would the decision be easier, not easier, a different decision in December if you came back to us with a financial plan to get you through the year? That's the big thing that came up is you're going to eat through your budget, especially with the number of EC kids that you have, and you're making a difference in those EC kids. It's changing your mission to an extent, but you're not going to have 80 students by December.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to have 80 students by the end of the school year. So that's an unrealistic idea. But can you come back with a set financial backing, saying I have this, and you actually have a letter that says we're waiving this cost for you, we're waiving this cost for you. But the problem you need to understand is you're making financial decisions right now that are going to affect you for years down the road. So if you put yourself in a deep enough hole starting out, you'll never regain that opportunity. So that's the other side of things. You're hearing from a lot of experienced people here. So I was kind of rehashing a lot of things but if you had the opportunity to come back in December, what would be different from your argument in December than it is now? It's only a month away because you think all the holidays are going to fall in there with Thanksgiving and everything. In a month, what would be different in your argument?
Well, in December, in November, it won't, enrollment-wise, we don't think it's going to change. Originally, we thought if we can get another extended to August, so we have another time window to enroll. But if that's something out of question, and if we understand, and again, this is a very difficult situation for us, and I don't want to make you make. Yes, we are ready to accept whatever decision the committee is to gonna make for us. We respect that and we appreciate your support. And this has been quite a learning experience for us as well. We look back, next time we'll do much, much better. I'm pretty sure about that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. I have a question for the Office of Charter Schools. Ashley, if the decision were to be made to close this school, can you maybe just share a little bit of the work timeline
Yes,
that
please.
puts on your staff?
Yes, so if a vote was made to close the school, then we would, you would get a notification and an appeal right. So if the school appealed, we're looking at probably another month for that process. If the school did not appeal, then we could start in a couple weeks after whenever the effective date was. And it takes, I mean, it's a small student population, but it still takes, I would say, several weeks just to wrap up all of the processes that we do here. And there's an entire closure team that's brought in through different DPI divisions to make sure that like student records and assets and things go where they need to go.
All right, thank you. With that, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. I'll just put it out and we'll see how the votes fall. But I'm going to make a motion that we revoke the charter of Triad International Studies Academy effective December 30th, 2025.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. And I should say a caveat to that motion that's based upon the failure to meet the statutory enrollment requirements of 80 students. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I would just like to add that regrettably, I agree that I just don't think it's viable. Using their own numbers from the budget in the original application, with 45 students, they'll have revenue from the various government sources of about $500,000. And their administrative personnel budget alone was at $700,000. So if you reduce the teachers by 2/3 and a couple of this, it's still not even a break even with personnel. And then you consider all of the operations involved in addition to that. It's just not viable at those numbers, at that level, as much as we regret that.
I want to say thank you for being open and staying in communication with the Office of Charter Schools throughout this entire process and knowing that this is probably where we were headed. And I also do not question for a second the heart that you guys have for what you're trying to do. I've been there, I've seen it, I've listened to you guys, I'm a cheerleader. I hate that things have fallen into the place that they are, but the reality is that we gotta protect the fiduciary efforts of this state. So I'm hoping that you guys will not let this bring you down and you will be back.
No.
Okay, the motion on the table is to revoke the charter for Triad International Studies Academy effective December 30th, 2025 for failure to meet the state required minimum enrollment standards. Ashley, can we do a roll call vote?
Yes. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay, Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric's here, Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Linda Lynn Cacadelis,
Aye.
Eric Gukin,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
I agree.
Okay. It passes unanimously, and we will get you information out about next steps.
Just 1 minute, and things happens. And the reason why I insist to come over here to present to you in person is I want to appreciate you, tell you how much I appreciate your help and support. I am from the business background. I know to ask a first-year company to make money is very, very difficult. But what we can assure you, the TISA team has worked really hard. Nobody down the charter schools in our community, they know how hard we work, and they know charter school can always be a good option for them, for their kids. That's what we want to do, right? Give them parents good options. And the fact we're serving these easy students, we are very proud of ourselves. And there's no hard feeling for this. I've been prepared for this. The number is not up, and I know you have a law to follow. So I really appreciate the time you spend to explain to me. You don't have to do that. You explain to me, and which means a lot to me. I have a long career ahead of me, and I can do a lot of great things. My team has a long career too, and maybe next time we can work on something together. We'll come back, maybe next time. But again, I really respect your professionalism and your help, your experience. Thank you so much on behalf of TISA team. And on behalf of the board, we will follow all the procedures to close the school in an orderly and nice way, and we will treat the kids and the parents nicely, the best we can, till the last minute. So thank you again. I really appreciate this.
Thank you. Well, we echo the same sentiments. Thank you.
Exactly, thank you.
Okay, next up, Dr. Gill.
Good morning. Good morning. So my name is Dr. Brandy Gill. I'm a consultant here with the Office of Charter Schools. I am presenting today the comprehensive academic data for the 24-25 school year. The data represents a collective performance of our charter schools across the state, highlighting both achievements and areas for continued focus. There are a total of 213 operating schools in 24-25. This data includes a total of 206 schools, eliminating the alternative schools and those with insufficient data. You can stay here on this slide. Since the 2013-2014 school year, North Carolina schools have been assigned a letter grade based on student performance. Elementary and middle schools have a different indicators than high schools. And as you can see, that the percentages are up there. Next slide, please. School performance grades include achievement and growth scores for the 24-25 academic year. Charter schools continue to improve, with 71% of schools earning a C or better on their report card. Schools earning an F grade are the lowest in 5 years, which is great.
Yes.
Next slide, thank you. Taking a look at the 5-year trend for school performance grades, charter schools earning an A have rebounded significantly since 21-22, where there was a low of 7 schools, and now there are 17 schools that have an A. This demonstrates charter schools' ability to boost academic excellence. The number of charter schools receiving an F has dropped substantially from 18 schools in 2018-19 to now just 11 schools this past school year. The last few years, charter schools have maintained a balance in the areas of schools earning a B and a C. This trend indicates charter schools continue to improve in key areas. Next slide. Taking a look at the math school performance grade 5-year trend, the data represented here shows that charter schools with an F in math have dropped dramatically, 18% in 21-22 to just 8% in 2025. Charter schools earning an A in math has quadrupled, 2% in 21-22 to 9% in 24-25. Also, charters earning a B has increased since 23-24, from 16% to 20% last year. The data shows success in math programs rebuilding after the pandemic. Next slide. We're going to be looking at our reading performance grades here. Again, this is a 5-year trend in reading, showing consistency among schools earning a C, with percentages remaining in the 40s for the last few years. Charter schools earning an F in reading was cut in half, dropping from 8% in 21-22 to now just 4% in 2025. The data shows that charter schools have made significant progress in improving reading outcomes for our low-performing students. So now it's time for celebration. So here we have our top 10 schools and performance grades. So a congratulations to those holders. As you can see, this cohort of schools earned an A letter grade and have the highest SPG scores. The group comprises diverse educational models and geographic regions. So congratulations to those schools. It's super tiny from here, but I hope you can read that. Next slide, please. Now we're going to be looking at school growth, or SG. EVAS examines the impact of teachers, schools, and districts on the learning of their students in specific courses, grades, and subjects. There are 3 ratings, as you know. Exceeded growth, the students in the school make more academic progress than expected. Met growth, the students made roughly 1 year's worth of growth. Meeting the expected standard and did not meet growth, students in the school made less academic progress than expected. Next slide, please. The 5-year trend for growth shows the following. The overall growth status indicates 44% of charter schools met growth in 2025, which is consistent with previous years showing stability in maintaining academics. 29% of schools exceeded growth, which is an increase from 19% in 21-22, marking a positive upward trend for students. Not met is at 28%, which is the lowest in several years, showing progress in reducing the underperforming populations. Next slide. Next, we're going to be looking at math growth, 5-year comparison. Here is the math growth. The percentage of schools exceeding math growth rose to 28% last year, which is a 4-point increase from the previous year. 70% of schools either met or exceeded growth in math, showing solid overall improvements. Highlighting reading achievement, the percentage of schools exceeding growth increased to 20%, the highest level since 21-22. 62% of schools met growth in reading, continuing a 60% or better upward trend since 21-22. Next slide. So a cause for celebrations. Here are our top 10 schools with growth. These schools reached exceeded growth and high growth index as well. A special shout out to IDYL. They reached double digits on the growth index. In the top 10 cohort here for growth, we find that STEM-based schools are demonstrating strong math performance. We also find that K-12 charter schools are demonstrating a sustained performance across multiple grade spans. Again, a job well done for all of our schools for growth and for school performance.
Can I make a comment here? It's
Yes,
okay?
sir.
Just a couple things I noticed. It sure makes me feel a lot better about our vote about IDYL from last meeting. But I also want to shout out to the Triangle Math and Science schools. They're A schools and still exceeding growth by strong numbers. And I'll tell you, a lot of people out there saying that, well, it's really hard to exceed growth the higher you go. I think they've just disproved that. So congratulations to them on not only A's, but exceeding growth as well.
Yes. The next slide. Thank you.
Could I make a comment too?
Yes,
on,
yes, please.
If you could just go back. Schools like Henderson Collegiate and Kip Gaston College, Prep, and some others here, I know are serving high need populations, and that's low income populations, and I think that's telling as well from a growth perspective. So,
Thank you very much for pointing those out.
Sugar Creek, thank you. Yeah, there's several on there. Yep, Thank you.
Yes, that slide. Thank you. So we have our low performing schools. A low performing school is a school that earns a grade D or an F and growth status of met or not met. A continuing low performing charter schools are identified as low performing in any of the low performing school in 2 of the 3 years here. That's a continuing low performing school. So looking at this, you'll notice that you may not notice, but from our data in the office, 20 schools that were on the list in 23-24 were removed in last year. And then, let me repeat that, I apologize. 20 schools that were on the list in 23-24 were removed in the 24-25 school year. 11 schools have been added to the list, including 2 new schools and 2 newly operating remote charter academies. And 24-25 CLP schools hit 3 years low with only 48 schools on this list. Overall, the 5-year trend shows LP and CLP schools are making progress in addressing performance challenges. Last slide.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand this. Can you go back?
Yeah, sure.
So 24, 25, am I to understand that 48 schools are continuing low performing? Is that right? I'm just trying to read it.
Yes.
Thank you. It's a clarifying question. Thank
No
you.
problem.
I have another question.
Yes.
Do we know how many of those 50 or so schools were low performing, or the continual low performing?
Yes.
Were low performing 2 years before, but were not considered low performing this year, like Rise?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I don't have that number right now, but
Okay.
I could definitely share that number with you, unless Jenna is on and she has that number.
I just wanted to remind the board that continual low performing, it takes 3 years.
Yes, it does.
And so you could be low performing for 2 of those years, and then last year not be low performing. So you've got a trend that's going like this, which is very helpful to know.
So
Yes.
Linda Lynn, you're saying it's a 3-year trend. That 48 is a 3-year trend of low
That
performing.
48, yes, that considers 3 years, and 2 of those years have to be low performing.
And you also have to continually improve each year to be removed.
Got it.
Yes.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, Dr. Gill, this is Jeanette. There are 8 schools that are on the continually low performing list that were not on the low performing list this year, but were low performing in the
Previous.
23, 24, and 22, 23 school year.
Thank you so much, Jenna. Did that answer the question?
Perfect. Thank you
Yes.
very much. That's really helpful to know, because 8 schools, that's a lot of schools that have
Yes.
that trend line which we want to see.
Definitely.
And I know it's discouraging to those 8 schools. I don't know which 8 schools they are. We probably, I personally want to call them and say, I'm sorry that you're in continual low performing while you're not low performing this
Yes.
last year.
It is disheartening. We've sent our letters out, and we've had a couple of schools reach out to understand why they're still on the list, even though they've maybe hit a C for this school year, but they have to show it for the whole cycle of the LPCLP. And then during that last year, you still have to make the mark to get out of the CLP, LP. I like to call it a cycle. Cycle there. To get out of that loop, you have to still succeed. Alrighty, last slide. There we go. North Carolina charter schools are working to achieve educational excellence. The data shows North Carolina charter school sector includes schools achieving exceptional results in performance and student growth during a critical recovery period, with approximately 71% of schools statewide meeting and exceeding growth in 24-25, and schools moving off the LP-CLP list demonstrates the resilience and effectiveness within our public schools. These successes provide models for continued improvement across North Carolina charter school landscape. Again, I want to thank all the schools for their hard work and continued efforts to support and help our students in North Carolina excel. And thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you for this presentation.
Yes.
It's very encouraging. I'll go back to your first or second slide, and if our former colleague Bart Danielson were here, he'd probably say this a lot more eloquently than I'm about to do. But simply showing the number of schools that fall within, say, that A, B, C grade is good data to have. But what it doesn't show is that's where I don't know if it's the majority or the vast majority of our charter school students are actually in, because it's we seem to find that the larger schools are the ones who fall within those categories. And so I don't know what the comparable data is with traditional publics. Bart, if you're out there, if you're listening, please email us that data. But I know when we had this presentation last year, it was another interesting data point that it's not just the matter of the number of schools in the charter school community that are high-performing schools, but the number of students too who are in those schools. is pretty compelling data as well.
I would really like to, I don't want to put any more work on you, so maybe it is a phone call to Bart, because he loves doing this stuff. But I think those are very important numbers, the number of students. I also, and Ashley, I know you'll be patient with me on this, because every year I kind of do this thing. We're looking at academic achievement through this, but looking at school performance grades. I really would love to see some academic performance subgroup data. I think that's extremely important for charter schools. And I'd like to see comparisons too on district schools, charter schools. Where are we in the subgroups? I remember last year I went to a third party, because you can dig all that information out. It's not as accurate because you don't know in your subgroups how many numbers, I mean, you know, all of that. If DPI could do that for us, I would really appreciate it. And I would like, I think our board, review board, you might agree with me if we could have a majority say, yes, we would like that data, that we could request that data from, I guess, Dr. Howard's division. Would that be the one to request it from? And I want to see the academic performance, not school performance grades, because looking at the number of students is important, but looking at those percentages is extremely important. I mean, I don't think, looking at this, that we're pulling down district schools. But unless you get that disaggregated data, you don't know.
Exactly.
We don't know. And I really would like to get that disaggregated data with the subgroups.
And I'm shameless plug to the state also. I'm hoping that someday finally we get to a model that focuses more on the growth of a student and less on the achievement. Assigning grades to schools where there's heavy impact of decades of low school performance, but yet those schools are growing kids. I really feel like there needs to be a bigger reward for growing students and getting them to where they're going to be more academically successful. I think that growth piece is huge, and we just don't spend enough time talking about that. It's great to see, as Eric pointed out, there were some schools that were recognized that are in low achievement areas, but are getting a lot out of their students. But I also like seeing it for the kids that are at the top of the scale too, getting pushed like that. And I really feel like growing students is really what schools are supposed to be about. And I just don't think that the model that we currently have raises schools up for the hard work that they do in growing students every day.
And forgive me, I kind of jumped to what I wanted to know, and I didn't say thank you for what you've presented today. I appreciate that. I just jumped, and sorry. I should have said thank you first.
No problem.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. Very thorough presentation. My request would be an analysis of those continuing low-performing schools.
Okay.
That's a concerning percentage for me of the 213. And I think, we as a charter board need to take a close look at that.
Thank you so much. Before we move on to the next item on the agenda, why don't we take a quick 10-minute break? So it's 10:24. Let's reconvene at 10:35, and we'll move on to the next part of our agenda. Thank you. Well, welcome back, and we're going to move on with our agenda. Next up is introduction to 2025 charter application interviews, and we're joined by Ms. Rackley. Good morning.
Good morning, board. Yep, just a few slides before we actually start with our interviews today. So October will mark the beginning of our standard timeline applications. And so the next few slides we have right here, particularly are just a reminder of our committee assignments here. If we do render a second round interview, just keep in mind that the committee chairs are responsible for compiling and collecting those second round questions for your respective committee. And so the next few slides are just relevant statutes. All of these are hyperlinked and provided through eBoard. And so you can review those as needed. Specifically for tomorrow, we'll have a second round applicant back for acceleration. So that slide will apply to the accelerated applicant that we will hear from on tomorrow. The application summary feedback, that document has been provided and uploaded on eBoard just as a reminder. 2 external evaluators and 1 Office of Charter School consultant has evaluated each application along with the EC and the multilingual staff here at NCDPI. And again, those summary feedback documents are uploaded to eBoard for your review. They were also provided to the applicant ahead of their interview, so they understand all of the feedback that was provided. It did not include, obviously, this board's feedback and interview commentary that we'll hear today. And so the round 1 interviews are an hour in duration, and so I'll do an introduction of each applicant, followed by allowing that board to make a 10-minute opening statement. Then there's a 25-minute Q&A session for the board that we'll hear from after lunch. There'll be an additional 30 minutes to hear from the management organization, followed by the applicant closing statement, and then your final vote. And then if we do, again, if there are any round 2 interviews, they are abbreviated in nature. The committee lead will compile all of those questions, and then the Office of Charter Schools will provide that line of questioning to the board, to the applicant board, and that board would be given 10 calendar days to provide the requested documentation. And so that's how the abbreviated second round interview looks. It's just abbreviated on those opening and closing statements. And so then today, as we hear from our standard timeline applicants, 1 of 3 votes can be made: approve for ready to open, deny, or hold over for a second round. And so if you can move on to the next slide, just to kind of recap where we are. We've heard and approved, it looks like there's already been 3 approvals, 1 denial, and then we have 8 pending decisions. So that's just a recap of the schools that we have already approved and or denied. And so this month we'll hear from applicants from Gaston County in a few minutes, and then we'll hear after lunch, we'll hear from an applicant from Wake County, and then tomorrow you'll hear from the second round interview applicant also from Wake County. And so as we begin to call Preparatory Leadership Academy forward, they are proposed to open in Gaston County, if you can stay on this slide here, with the goal to develop future transformational leaders of academic excellence by providing an innovative and rigorous educational experience to empower and encourage academic excellence and develop transformational leadership skills. So this Preparatory Leadership Academy proposes K-5 at capacity, serving 350 students, keeping with that K-5 grade span. They are slated to reach capacity at year 5. They do anticipate participating in the National School Lunch Program and utilizing a contracted food vendor for that. They also will contract out for their bus transportation with cluster stops throughout identified community locations. They will also, they propose to provide discounted public transportation passes for families. They will utilize a weighted lottery, and there is a facility that they have already entered into a lease agreement with for reconfiguration. This is the site of a charter school, formerly Ridgeview Charter School, was at this site. Preparatory Leadership Academy is not a repeat applicant, nor are they partnering with the management organization. So this is a fully independent board. There's 8 members on the PLA board, 7 of which are here today. I believe that board member Danielle Barber could not attend. So we do have all 7 members here in person. We'll call them up in a few minutes. On our next slide, you can see their subgroup data, their enrollment projections specific to subgrouping, and specifically they have almost 30% higher economically disadvantaged that they're proposing to serve here. You'll also see the race and ethnicity subgroup comparison. In blue is the applicant, and the gray bar is the area LEA. There's currently 3 charter schools in Gaston with 56 traditional schools. Dr. Doris Sanders has been the primary point of contact and board chair for the PLA board. At this time, I would like to call Dr. Sanders and her board to the floor to make their opening statements.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Board Chair Friend and distinguished members of North Carolina Department of Charter School Review Board. It's both an honor and a privilege to be here before you today to share a little bit about Preparatory Leadership Academy. Before we get started, I would like to take a moment here just to introduce our board members. Here to my right, we have Dr. Pearson, we have Shay Adams, we have Ramika Glover, we have Lisa Spikes, we have Bishop McCullough, and we have Mr. Washington, Sylvester Washington. We're all here. We have one board member that could not be with us today. She is City Councilwoman. She's a city councilwoman in Gastonia, North Carolina. She was called to a meeting that she found out that she couldn't get around, and she had to be there because she's working on a project that the meeting speaks to that future of that project. So we just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware. She would have been here otherwise. But with that being said, our mission at Preparatory Leadership Academy is anchored in transformational leadership. It's a philosophy that inspires individuals to move beyond self-interest, unite around a shared vision when it comes to change and transformation. At Preparatory Leadership Academy, we are committed to cultivating scholars who are not only academically prepared, but also equipped to lead with integrity, resilience, and vision. The question was, why should we be approved? Well, let me go ahead and answer that question for you. We exist to meet a real need in Gaston County. Where only 47% of students are reading on grade level. Now that percentage was from, I believe it was 23-24 school year. At the time that I did receive this, I did not have the percentages for the 24-25 school year. But that's not acceptable. And so we are here, we exist because we're going to close that gap. And so we are more than a school, we are a catalyst for change and transformation. With that, the question was raised, why is the school needed? Well, let me share with you. In Gaston County, in Gastonia, we have approximately 86,000 people that live there. In the county, there's close to 230,000. Within the next 5 years, they're looking to, there's about another 30,000 that's going to move to Gastonia. Well, in the projected 5 years, Gaston County is not building any more schools. So there's that fear of overcrowdedness, and the way things are now, they're going to become worse. And so we're here, to make sure students have a fair chance of learning and to be able to experience what it's like to have a great education. Our education model includes whole child approach. Within our school, the foundation includes social emotional learning. It includes transformative learning. It includes community engagement and service. It includes so much more, which is embedded in our foundation. It's not just a program that you can pick up when you want to and it falls by the wayside. So we are committed to making sure that our kids have everything that they need. The last question was raised, what are we offering that is not being offered by Gaston County Schools? Well, the one approach that we talked about, which is embedded in our foundation, is social emotional learning. We also will be speaking to and having, mental health. Those kind of connect and tie together. Academic excellence, and then of course, transformational leadership development. And so those are some things that we believe would help transform the mindset of our students, get them excited about learning, wanting to learn, come to school. Absenteeism will not be a problem, and we're there to help move them and close the gap. And that completes.
Well, thank you for that opening. Now it's going to be a chance for us to, as a board, prepare some questions that we'd like you to answer. And what's going to happen is there's going to be several people that are going to have some comments and questions. We're going to kind of gather them up, and then we will bring them to you and give you a chance to answer. All right. So it's not going to be question answer. We'll bring a few to you. Okay. Thank you. All right, board members, any questions or comments? Yes, Hilda.
Yes, sir, I do. If I recall, I read that the low-performing students would not be allowed to take elective classes. And when I read that, I felt that that would be a punishment, and that I couldn't imagine kids not taking PE or art or music or a foreign language.
Why don't we just stop right there and ask that? Let's ask that and get that question answered.
Okay.
So the question being raised is that in the application, Ms. Parlay saw that low performing students might not be able to take elective courses. Is there a rationale behind that?
Okay, all students will be able to take elective courses. There will be some things that they would not be able to participate in. For example, if we have a basketball team or something of that sort, if their grades are low, they will still be able to participate in some capacity. But all students, we do know that all students have to be able to participate in whether it's a sport, whether it's PE, because those things they have to have.
So not electives. You're talking about after school courses. So you have set a grade point that kids must meet in order to be eligible to play sports?
Yes.
What is that grade point?
Okay.
At this point, we're looking at a 2.5, and that would be for extracurricular activities that do not support direct.
Like a C average is what you're saying.
Academic instruction, yes, sir. C plus.
I just want to remind, we're talking K-5, right? We're not middle school, we're not high school, we're just K-5.
Yes. So what?
So this is
elementary kids have PE, they have art.
So what? But what it sounds like maybe is being asked, and I want to make sure that that the question is clear. So, are kids during electives that are not performing well academically going to be going to like a tutorial or something like that, where they might not be able to go to an elective course, and to get remediation? All right.
No, absolutely not. We believe in the core instruction. That is not just reading, writing, math. But that's a whole child, so that's physical education and elective courses. We specifically are speaking to extracurricular activities that may pose a distraction to academic growth for students who are struggling.
Would that be after school or during school hours?
Yes, after school and before.
Right. Other questions?
I have a clarification on the budget I'm looking at the proposed grade level numbers that was on the previous slide. 250 year one, 275 year two, and so forth. But when I look at your budget, it looks like the budget was built upon different numbers. The budget has, if you go over to the student enrollment, projected student enrollment tab, far left, it's showing 300 year one, 350 year two, 400 year three. So the budget spreadsheet doesn't match what was in the application. So just when they have a chance, I'd like to, which one are we going by? Because if it, well, I'll pause there. That'll lead to other questions depending how they answer that question.
Yeah, I wanted to piggyback on that because it's a little deeper than that in that the revenue is based on greater numbers than the narrative and the enrollment summary. But then when you get into the funding, such as the staff, it reverts back to the lower numbers. And so there's no reconciliation of the two, of the revenue versus the cost for the student numbers. So this is going to be a very challenging item.
Well, and you're also looking at a surplus in year one of less than $50,000. Yeah. So that's, that, which.
Teaching staff is not based on the greater numbers.
Exactly, and that's low in and of itself. So, you know, with that being not, those numbers flopping back and forth is an issue.
I'd like hello, thanks for being here. I'd like the team to address some of the overlap that I've observed with Ridgeview Charter, which was an F-rated school, and it was non-renewed in '24. There's some personnel and also the same address for the facility. So just want to square that up with the team. Thank you.
All right, let's stop right there because those are two big ones, right? So the first one is the budget is has conflicting numbers, right? So in your narrative, you're saying that you have 250 students the first year when there's actually in the budget 300. And so I'm not sure who built the budget, who would like to address the staffing issue, because you're showing a $47,000 surplus. And so which numbers were we working from, 300 or 250?
Well, let me apologize up front because when we were doing the planning budget, we were kind of going back and forth, and we got right down to the wire, and some stuff I corrected, and then as I got down to getting ready to submit the application, I didn't realize I didn't go back and fix some stuff. So yes, that's my fault. And also, the numbers we're actually working with is the 300, the 300 student enrollment.
I actually thought that because the budget is titled Budget 300.
Yeah.
So I thought maybe you did vacillate between the two enrollment numbers. So if you have revenue for 300 students, then your staffing needs to be enough to meet that number, and the staffing doesn't now. So now if you take 300 students and divide it by the 11 teachers that you show in year one, you don't have enough teachers.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
you see the budget is problematic.
Yeah. Well, again, you know, we're new at this, and so when we were working on the budget, it was a working planning document, and there were different things that we was working on, and so that was a portion that, honestly, an honest mistake that we didn't go back and fix. And so we are going to have enough staffing, and we will make sure there is plenty of staffing to, you know, take care of the needs of the school.
You just want to be able to pay for it, right? I mean, so
Yes.
like it's okay to have all the staff. You know, you just got to be able to figure out how to balance the other side. And we all know. I mean, everybody knows that the first budget you submit and what you actually run your school with are two different things. Sometimes, most times. But I do think that it's paramount that not to start school in a deficit, right? So
Correct.
And even our snapshot that we were provided shows us the different enrollment. It's 250. By year 5, it's 350 rather than starting at
Right.
300. So somehow the lower numbers are what was submitted to us as official numbers. All of that was the official count. Your narrative throughout the application states you're starting with 250 students year one, and everything's kind of based on that. And then when you open up the budget, it's 300 students, you see. And so it's a...
And we're gonna fix that, so.
There was also a question about what year the school was going to start, because there was two different dates. And I'm assuming you're not accelerated because, but there were some dates in there that,
Yes, before we understood what accelerated meant, we were looking at August of next year, 2026. But then when we were informed of, you know, what it meant to be an accelerated school or a standard school, then that's when we, you know, I actually talked to Ms. Rackley, I think, just to let her know and to confirm that we would open in August of 2027. It wouldn't be 2026. Because I think when I talked to her, you guys or someone has already went out to the schools that were accelerated to see the facilities.
I'm also curious too that while we're on the budget thing, also 10% EC is what you're calculating.
At a minimum. The target student that we're looking to serve would include students that may not be EC, but otherwise identified needing additional supports.
Okay. Let's go to Eric's question now. Do you have another budget question?
Well, a follow-up to that, it appears in your staffing chart that you have no EC teacher in year one, but yet you're targeting.
They have an EC coordinator, but no teacher.
Yeah, with 28 kids.
And Gaston County Schools, I think, is around 15%
And no EC teacher. And an EC coordinator, they're only going to pay $45,000. That
Less than a teacher.
does not work either.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, and obviously for us, our conversation later, there's definitely some issues in the budget that are needing to be addressed for sure. One of them is an EC teacher, and also the pay for the coordinator is just one, but then also making sure, as Ree's already pointed out, having enough teachers and to teach the students that are coming, and being able to make that all work inside the budget. Eric asked a question about the relationship with the school that was shut down. Are you in that facility?
Initially, when we did the application and after the application process closed, we were informed that that facility has been leased by someone else. So no, we will not be at that location. And so there's no connection between the two. I'll ask Dr. Pearson to speak to the new facility.
So we have secured another location that gives us much more capacity to serve the community. It also has some significant budget implications that would enable us to facilitate our overall mission at a fairly reduced rate. The partner in the community that is willing to lease the facility has a strong commitment to public education and the specific community that we're trying to serve, which is Gaston County.
Inside the same radius of where you were?
Yes, sir.
How far is it from the location that you were originally looking at?
About 3 miles, 3.5 miles.
So it's no difference for transportation or
Absolutely
student
not.
meals? Okay.
And what type of facility? Is it a church, office building? Or what?
It is an education wing of a church, 16,000 square feet, 17 classrooms, which includes a kitchen and an assembly space.
And in your mind, this is a temporary facility until you can get to your permanent facility, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Eric, did that answer your question?
It did on the facilities, thank you. In terms of the personnel, were any of you personally affiliated with Ridgeview?
Yes, actually, I was at that time the assistant principal, and then I served as test coordinator. I wore a number of hats. I worked there in the roles, the many hats that I wore. I completed various tasks, and I was the overseer of the finances, and we never had a problem with our books. As far as test coordinator wise, great relationship with our regional testing director. So we never had any problems with, testing at all. I did a lot of, I guess in the role of a assistant principal, I was in the classroom a lot. They knew me. All the parents knew me. When parents came in, they wanted to talk to me. And I was employed there.
Great, thank you. Were there any other members of the board or the team that were associated with Ridgeview? Sir, could you elaborate? Yeah.
Yeah, I was a teacher there 4.5 years.
Great, great.
If I just might add, we are not Ridgeview 2.0. We are.
That's my concern, yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, that's a great question then. Is that the elevator speech? It doesn't have to be too long because we only have a few minutes left to ask questions. But what's the difference between the two schools? How is this school different than Ridgeview?
I feel it starts with the leadership. Okay? And the mindset of the leadership, the ideas that are presented to this board, and what I experienced working there last year. And I would say I was at one of the meetings with Ridgeview here over a couple of years ago. And I recall some of the high points you made about Ridgeview, especially in regards to the financing and the handling of the budget and the monies and everything being in place. And Dr. Sanders was the person to do that. And so her idea about a charter school came before she met Ridgeview. So it's not like a follow-up. This is sort of like a dream that was in her even before meeting Ridgeview. And I was, had the pleasure of working there alongside her and seeing her experience and her dedication to the efforts of educating our community. And I myself, currently I am in Gaston County Schools, and it is in need of help. It's in need of help.
Thank you.
If I could add to that, I am never had any affiliation with the previous school, although I do honor their attempt to serve the students of Gaston County. One of the things that I think really pulls us apart from that is this particular board has a broader spectrum of community stakeholders. There is a significant attention and investment in social emotional learning and embedding that into the culture of the school. She mentioned earlier, not a program, but a culture. So we're seeking to recruit personnel that subscribe to the Cassell model, that understands a little bit more about what it means to be informed regarding social emotional learning and its direct impact on academic performance.
Thank you. Just real quick, Doctor, I'd love to, I'm a big believer in growth and second chances and what you learn from things. So can you tell me what you learned from the Ridgeview experience and how you're incorporating that into this model?
You know what? I learned about board governance. It's nothing to play with. I understand that without board governance, you cannot survive. And I understand the importance of students being able to grow where they are. And so long as, I believe, well, we all believe, student growth is key here. And, as far as grades and things of that, they need to have the support, not just be passed along. And, I come from, not that it matters, but I come from a family of educators and preachers. And so not getting your education was an option. And so when I work among students and see how they struggle, and we don't have the time, if a teacher doesn't have the time to take that time with them, that's a problem. And so it was mentioned before, this wasn't something that just came up. This was a vision that I've had when I was a teenager. I grew up with it. And all the opportunities that I've had in employment, they've all pointed to this point right here today. I often ask, last year, when Ridgeview did close, I'm trying to help everybody get situated somewhere, and then someone asked the question, well, what are you going to do, Dr. Sanders? And at that point, I had to really, I hadn't thought about it. So, I sat back, I'm like, wow. And so I pray. And so I, asked God, what am I going to do with all of the experience that I gained? Because I've learned how to do assistant principal work. I learned how to be a test coordinator. I've answered emails to NCDPI. I've talked to people from NCDPI. Prestige is back here somewhere, I think. But a lot of the people that we had relationships with, I developed good relationships with them. And they've been very supportive of me. And so, with that kind of backing and support, there's nothing we can't do. So we're asking for you all support and your vote to say approved.
I just want
John,
to
I have-
confirm what she said is true. I'm glad to hear you say that. Dr. Sanders, about the board governance, because in my notes, when Ridgeview was here, we had a note of one meeting where one board member came to the meeting. And this is when we were really examining them closely. And I noticed when I opened your application, you had 8 people on your board. You've got 7 of them here today, so I commend you for that. You've learned and it requires strong board governance and engagement with this process.
And I, just to piggyback on that, I think the reason why you probably are getting questions about Ridgeview is it was one of the lowest performing schools that we had in the state at the time, right? So I think one of the things that comes to mind is when people are applying to go to a school and they see similar staff or anybody that was related to that school, there's a challenge there. So this interview is not only just about the questions we might have, but your responses, if anybody in the area is listening, they're going to hear what's different about the 2 schools, right? So I think that's why if you get any more questions about the academics, it's giving you the opportunity to respond to your community too. I think Linda Lynn had a question.
Are you looking at any of your board members becoming employees of the school?
I don't know. At this point, no. One person did share that they had an interest, but we understand conflict of interest too. So there will be a process at some point when we get through our planning phase on how to address those issues. But right now, there's no one at this time.
So, if I may, for clarification, I thought it stated in your application that you would be the head of school.
Yes, yes, I'm listed because, I'm pulling everything together. But there will be a process that the board will go through, and I understand conflict of interest and board governance. And so,
You cannot serve on the board and be.
right, I understand I cannot serve on the board and then be head of school at the same time.
Shelley?
And I apologize I understand you don't want to live under the shadow of Ridgeview, but I think getting back to the personnel that's coming over from my viewpoint here, I see the head of school that wasn't an admin at Ridgeview. I'm concerned, as you were talking about, helping people get places. I know when you move schools, you tend to bring some personnel and some teachers with you. So I have a question about that.
Okay.
Answer that one first, and let me do are you planning to bring staff members, teachers?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so we're looking at the one behind, sir, behind, was he a teacher? He was a teacher?
He was a
Correct?
teacher.
And then you were admin?
Yes.
Okay. Talk to me educationally about what you're going to offer the kids that's going to put you apart, because from what you know from Ridgeview, they were, yes, one of the lowest and 30-something percentage points behind Gaston County. I happen to be a Gaston County girl, so I know how bad that is. That's real bad. So what's academically, what are you going to bring to the table that's going to make that not Ridgeview happen again, and plus being better than the school, the LEA?
Well, first, let me just say this. To repeat what Ridgeview did will not happen here. And as far as the academic piece, to show growth and for students to demonstrate growth, I currently work for Gaston County Public School Systems. Did last year and this year. As a 4th grade teacher and 5th grade teacher this year, teaching both ELA and social studies. And so I'm very familiar with the curriculum that is used. When it is used and taught with fidelity, it works. If students can understand what the teacher is teaching, as long as that teacher is unpacking the standards like they're supposed to, it works. And so we do, as far as I believe what you was asking me, what difference will we make? We will bring, unlike Ridgeview, there was a number of changing in curriculum, okay? And I didn't know, I wasn't the principal, so I didn't know, I just went with the flow. But I think my footsteps were ordered, because when all that happened, I didn't know what I was going to do. But then I went on to Gaston County Schools because I have a gift. I have a gift to teach and a gift of administration. I can almost do it with my eyes closed. And so when I went there and I was presented with the opportunity, I look at, you know, the curriculum that they have, just the various programs that they have, and how to really incorporate, dive deep in it, and you get a great outcome. And so, yes, while Gaston County Schools right now, as far as showing growth, I believe what I saw last night for 24-25 school year, they did pass in math. I think one of the grades, the RTA, I think they passed as well. But nevertheless, but we do have various curriculums, things that Gaston is using. We're just going to do it better, use it and do it better.
To add to that, we also have a commitment from the board for a governance model that consists of advisory individuals that would compose that particular body, that brings about checks and balances to the instructional design and implementation of the curriculum. We are very invested in the curriculum that has been selected and its fidelity and how it's being applied and taught throughout the day. The other aspect that I think sets us apart significantly is understanding the community in which we serve. Ridgeview, and try not to bring any disparaging comments to that administration. This particular board, again, has a broad spectrum of community support. We are people from the community, about the community, and we understand the importance of a sound education. So core instruction would be ultimately what we focus on. That is the bread and butter of all education. But infusing that SEL model that understands and informs our students in regards to their decision making and self-awareness and empathy that is embedded not only in instructional practices but in the culture of the people who work in the school. It's very important.
Thank you. Hilda?
Let me add to that, that
Can you let us ask a question
Okay.
and follow? We'll
Just
let you
quickly.
follow up, sir. Okay.
I noticed in the application you said that from 10:30 to 12:15, you would have lunch, recess, teach math and science. So how are you going to do all that in an hour and 45 minutes? And typically lunches are 30 minutes and recesses are 30 minutes or so. So how are you going to do all that in an hour and 45 minutes?
I do believe when we created that bell schedule, there was some overlap there, if I recall correctly. Yes, we understand that lunch is 30 minutes, but then there's some overlap there. But each grade level will get their 30 minutes lunch, and then they will still have the amount of time that they're supposed to have with teachings of, like the core classes. Do you remember anything else? Well, go ahead.
We're looking to supplement what the local LEA is doing, but more intentionally. One of the things that we pointed out, I believe in our application, if not, certainly we as a board have made the decision that every student would have a personal education plan. Every student would be understood clearly, and they would be invested in their own goals. In regards to the schedule specifically, we certainly would align ourselves to the best practice and the guidance of the board in regards to instructional time.
Okay, thank you. We're out of time, but I did, just for follow-up's sake, just to make sure that I got your professional experience. So you said you were AP, treasurer, finance. What else did you have to do at school?
Test coordinator.
Testing coordinator. Ever dean of academics?
Oversight.
Of the academics?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
I was a track coach.
Okay. Got to teach crack. Okay. Okay. So now you guys have 10 minutes, and sir, I believe you had some comments that you wanted. I don't know if you can fit that into your closing statements, but you guys have 10 minutes in closing statements.
I was just going to add the importance of community connection, that what I saw last year with Ridgeview is not taking advantage of resources in the community, and so we understand the importance of pulling in former teachers and administrators with a wealth of knowledge to be supportive of the staff that we will have.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your patience and your response.
Are we still asking
Yeah,
questions?
Yeah, no, so you guys have your 10 minutes for closing, yeah.
So I'll take a couple more minutes to understand. I think that you all have, I believe it's clearly understood that Dr. Sanders wore multiple hats at Ridgeview, and that speaks a lot to the school's demise, not necessarily her leadership. She was brought into a situation where she was hired to do the books because of her many gifts and the absence of instructional leadership. Her gifts made room for themselves. Unfortunately, it was towards the end and the impact in the midst of a pandemic and, again, the lack of community support and engagement really did precipitate this utter fall of Ridgeview. Dr. Sanders is not expected, and it would not be an expectation of this board, that she wear many hats at all. Her primary focus would be on leading the school with the appropriate supports for academic instruction and SEL supports. That is what Ridgeview really failed to do, was appropriate the staff and give them room and time to plan and execute what they do best, which is teach. She is a cheerleader, a champion of people, and that's what we expect our instructional leader and head of school to do.
So in closing, Preparatory Leadership Academy is unique because it unites rigorous academics with social emotional learning and leadership development. Our families are ready, we're ready, our motto is aligned, and our mission is clear. Every child grows, every child leads, every child matters. This is not just another school. It is a solution to close gaps, build leaders, and prepare students for a stronger future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to have some time to deliberate before we, again, just a reminder, the motions that we'll be entertaining is to not approve, approve, or bring back for another interview. So that's basically where we are with all the interviews that we do for new applicants. So time for deliberation.
There was some other questions regarding the application that we didn't get to. I know that there's concerns with the budget, there's concerns with the schedule. But the one part of the application talked about how it reflects the demographics of Gaston County, and then you look at their demographic table that they put out, and it's totally different. I mean, it's absolutely totally different. I won't give the percentages out, but that was a concern. There talked about the being data-driven, and I didn't see any. I saw map assessments, but that is so important with the demographics they were talking about. But I don't know what other NC check-in they talked about in the application, but I was concerned about what other means of gathering the data that they would need, especially with the demographics that they were talking about. I just had a lot of questions on the application we didn't get to. They talked about character education and community service, but I never found like how many hours, and I was concerned with that being kindergarten through 5th grade. Community service is more of high school, middle school, and so there was a lot of questions about it geared just to K-5 that we didn't get to. So while I appreciate the vision that they have for Gaston County, because there is a need there, there's no question about that, closing the gap. I had a lot of questions about the application and the consistency through it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My questions still go back to, I can't get past the budget. Their operations budget is very sparse. And even being small, with just 400 kids, that budget is very, very sparse. The food service, no operations budget for food service. Transportation, I know that they had maybe spoke about possibly using public transportation, but I didn't get to see if that was all that they were going to use. And then I heard a lot of when we created the application, but now it's. And so that's concerning to me, that there is differences between when they created the application and what they're thinking and presenting now. Go back to that no EC teacher, but an EC coordinator, that is a sticking point. I may have missed it, but I don't think I saw a nurse or a guidance counselor, which is a sticking point as well. And then looking at the numbers and the bottom line for the first year being under $50,000, to me, that is scary.
One thing we didn't bring up, and Dr. Sanders may have more recent numbers, but in the application, when you look at community interest or the demand or the need for the school, the only data that has been submitted was the parent survey, had 39 names on it, and this was taken in 3 days back in April of 2024. So it was very old data. I mean, obviously, those students have already grown beyond the 4th and 5th grade, those levels, that we would need more recent data. And today she mentioned a fear of overcrowding. So I don't know that we really have the indication of community demand and interest and need, although we would see academically, you can see a need just looking at general LEA data.
I guess my comments, to echo what all of my colleagues on the board have already stated, I don't think there's a doubt that there's a need in this area for quality school choice for these families. But the bar to get a application approved is high, and it should be. And I just get a sense this application is just not quite tight enough. There are definitely some positions missing in the budget. You've identified a few just now. The budget being built around a number that doesn't support the narrative. Ms. Kakadelis' comments. It just seems like it's just not a clean, crisp, tight application. It just seems like there's missing components that, yes, they can explain when they get behind the podium, but why wasn't that all part of this single, solid, really tight, concise, compelling, the data you stole my thunder. I was going to say the same thing, right? This is even the evidence of the evidence of community support is old. I think it's there, but there's I don't know. I'm struggling with balancing where I'm quite certain there's a need. I'm quite certain there's value in all of us having been part of projects that probably didn't go the way you wanted them to, and you learn from that, and you grow, and you become better. Full believer in that. But it's just not quite that. For me, it's just not that really tight application that's just grabs my attention without lots of questions.
And yes, I wanted the educational plan to be more of a focal point, since they want to be different from Gaston County schools. Right. And the differentiation strategies for students with disabilities, from AIG to EC. I wanted to hear more about that.
I think that knowing that there was going to be some sort of relationship with Ridgeview, right, just because of staffing, that you'd come and with thunder pronounce the difference between the two and not only in the application but also in the presentation. And I mean, while the board may have a different take, I mean, to me the board is tight, and it's good to see all of them here today, but I don't know that I can say that I see that much. I mean, at least I didn't feel that much of a difference in what you're going to get from one to the other. And I think that's what people are going to be looking for in this area is how are you different than that? And I think that would be what I would have on the billboards about what we're going to present and why it's different. Because I think people in the area that know better than I do see the relationships even more clearer than I do, or anyone on this board does. So, any other further comments from members of the board?
I too, in the application emphasized some things, but then didn't see the follow-through on it. For example, it talked about a 5th grade cross-curricular transformational leadership research project. Now, I could see that in middle school, high school. I just struggle with getting the basics down, especially with the demographics they're talking with, and having that kind of a research project. So again, going back to what Mr. Friend said, there's just some gaps kind of in the application. They're saying one thing here, community service, research, and I don't see the follow-through in the application.
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly what I was looking at. It seems like it's a first draft. I'm glad I don't know Ridgeview because I don't have that particular baggage or perspective, but I do think that if I was seeing this for the first time and just taking it at face value, it feels like a first draft. It feels like a lot of really good ideas, a lot of things that might affect students in different populations, different grade levels, right? Like if we're talking service learning, I do have a hard time seeing when that starts with my kindergartners. If that's just like in the classroom, there's not much around like what those opportunities actually look like. There's personalized learning plans for every student. We asked what would be different between them and Ridgeview, and that seems like something you would actually lead with, is that every student has a personal plan, which is kind of like all the rage right now anyway, individualized learning. And so it seems like something that you could really like hang your hat on because you know the schools around you are doing that. And so when I look at this thing, it looks like a first draft. It looks like the team has a lot of opportunities just to go back and actually refine it and get rid of a lot of the stuff that might just be really cool sounding and really amazing, but it doesn't fit the demographic, doesn't fit the age group. And then it can actually like refine and go, this is precisely what we're up to, as opposed to we're doing everything. Because right now it definitely feels like we're trying to do everything. And that's going to end up being, from what I understand, it's going to end up being the same narrative as Ridgeview, is that we're not focused and we have too many type of priorities and ambitions. I would just recommend the team just go back and cut a lot of the stuff out of here to make sure like we actually know what is Preparatory Leadership Academy doing. Leadership is in the name, so it feels like leadership would be a very strong point to lead with. And today we kept hearing about social emotional learning, which, no disrespect, everyone says social emotional learning and everyone says it's important in schools. It doesn't make any of us different. Pretty much all of us are doing that. And so if we're talking about leadership, what does it mean to actually build leadership in an elementary student? What does it actually mean to act that out? If that's what the title of the school is, it seems like that'd also be something that you'd hang your hat on there too.
Thank you for the comments. Is anyone in a position to make a motion, or do we have any further comments?
I don't mind making a motion.
Okay.
You can go ahead and do that, but I don't want to stop anybody from comments. So I'm kind of looking from, okay, I make a motion, and let me paraphrase this before I make the motion. I appreciate the heart, the commitment, the passion that is there, and hope you will come, if my motion goes through, that you will come back again, as you, Jeremy, you said, which was perfect. It felt like a first draft, especially after hearing today. So I make a motion that we deny the application.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we have a recommendation to not move the school forward and a second. Do we have any comment?
I do. I really appreciate Dr. Sanders' convictions, and I hope that she will follow through and pursue. But I think we need to convey the message with great emphasis that the numbers drive everything, and that people really need to, someone on the board, not everyone, but someone on the board really needs to understand the budget. This is to call it in plain terms, this is a deficit budget. It is a budget with a deficit in every year. But it wasn't identified that way because it wasn't developed out to the correct student numbers. And we just couldn't approve that. It's just got to be examined, and someone needs to know those numbers and put the stamp of approval on it. before they submit it.
Thank you. And to piggyback on that, we had a school last month that was upset that we spent so much time on the budget and didn't get a chance to get to the educational plan. If the school business does not work, the school's not going to stay open, right? So love to get to the educational part, but the business part is, I think, the part a lot of charter school, new charter school people miss because that's not their experience, right? So when you're building your board, also making sure that you have someone on there that understands what business is all about, because understand that charter schools are a business, right? So any other comment? Okay, not hearing anything else, let's go ahead and go into roll call.
All right, Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay, Todd Godby,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Lyndalyn Kakadelis,
Aye.
Eric Gukian,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, it does not pass. Well, the motion passes, but the application is denied.
All right, thank you. We are right on schedule, so imagine that. We're going to have our lunch break at 12 till 12:30, so we have 55 minutes, and then we'll be back for our next applicant.
Yeah, no, wrong name, wrong name.
Impact Officer, and this program is Building Hope's first formal grants program. We've done it for 4 years, and last year was amazing because 4 schools from North Carolina won. We have 4 categories, and 4 were from North Carolina. So I was here at the North Carolina conference, and they're amazing. And 2 of them, Reaching All Minds and Sally B, were on your list of top 10. So it's always exciting to see the winners keep winning. But it was really wonderful when I was speaking with them, and I asked them, like, okay, this is strange. There's 4 from one state. I was like, what's in the water? What's happening in North Carolina? And they said, it's not the water, it's the people. We work well with our authorizers. We work well with each other. We're here for the same purpose. And that felt so good. So when Sarah and I were talking about, like, okay, well, we really want to do this magical Montessori network. We can do it. We've got the right tools. The education's taken care of. The business side's taken care of. But where? And so I said, well, there's something. At the time, I thought it was the water. Something in the water in North Carolina. I was like, and she's like, Katie's in North Carolina. And Steve's in North Carolina. And Carol's in North Carolina. And so we started really looking and going, wow, this could be a really wonderful home for the first Montessori, Encompass Montessori, which can become a training center for other Montessoris, not only in the region, but elsewhere. So that's a lot of words. I get very excited. So I think that I hit all of the bits on the due diligence. Oh, the website's finally up, epicchangeeducation.org. Also, the management fee structure in the contract, the draft contract, it said 15. It's not, it's 12. And when you look at the budget, you'll see the first year is actually 8.7, second year is 7.4, third year is 10.5. It doesn't get to 12 until year 4. That is by design. So because the only purpose we are here for is to support the school. So we are making sure that we are being as lean and nimble as possible to take care of what needs to be taken care of and keeping the money into the school where it belongs. And the lease with the facilities was it was our boilerplate. And that'll be kind of, as we find the property, we've already started looking, hopefully, that with Hubrick contractors. And we have done a lot of facilities work, and so we know how long it takes. That's why we already started eyeballing places. But that'll be formalized once we actually find out where we're going to be. And let's see, I think that was all the due diligence items. But so questions, please. I'm sorry. Yeah, absolutely.
For providing the context, because there are a lot of moving pieces. And I think I would like to start by sort of defining the groups involved here and just articulate what we're looking at. First, I wanted to ask, Candace Fletcher is the president of the board. Have we heard from Candace?
Not yet.
Okay. You had something to add later. I just know, as board president, if you wanted to say anything as we deliberate and question.
Yeah, I do. I just wanted to introduce myself. There's been a lot of talking about me, but I have not spoken.
Right.
So, hello. My name is Candace Fletcher. Currently, my position with the National Center for Montessori in the Public Sector is practicum coordinator, instructor, coach, and I also support our school services department. So I get to train public Montessori teachers across the United States in the Montessori method for ages 6 to 12 in elementary. And I work alongside a team to ensure that all of our standards are hit, all of the program requirements are documented and submitted to an accrediting body. And it's one of the biggest joys of my life as a former Montessori student in 1985, now coming to be 42, and having this opportunity to potentially open a public charter where children can attend a high quality Montessori school for free. Sorry, I didn't expect to feel that way. So that's a little bit of my background. And I think, as Sarah mentioned in the introduction, if and when there's a charter authorization, then I would I would resign my position with the National Center, and then I'd also roll off the founding board for Encompass, and then be the founding principal of this school.
Okay, thank you, Candace.
Rita, can I ask a question there? Once you do that, who will supervise you, the board or Encompass?
The board, the Encompass board.
The school board or the CMO board?
The school board. The school board.
Okay. Okay, great.
Okay. Candace, in the work you're currently doing, is it remote? Are you remote?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
If I could clarify the employee questions, all employees will be reporting to Candace, and Candace will be reporting to the Encompass Montessori board, not the CMO at all. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the school, Encompass Montessori, and they have the CMO that they've elected to use as Epic Change Education, which Sherilyn Moore founded, correct? And which currently does not operate a school, but would like to start one here in North Carolina. And Sherilyn what is your membership in Building Hope? What is your position in Building Hope?
My last day with Building Hope was on August 31st. I no longer work there.
You left. What was your role?
Chief Impact Officer. I was Chief Marketing Officer prior to that.
Okay. Did you ever see that the grant, the Impact Grant? Is that what you're saying earlier, the Impact Program?
Yes, I launched that program.
Okay.
Yes, and so I was able to review personally probably about 1,000 applications and get kind of the inside scoop on the schools, and was chair of the selection committee as well.
Okay, thank you. So what questions do you have either for the CMO and Sherilyn or for Candace, president of the board, or other board members?
A
John,
question
Dr.
for the
Andrews.
CMO. So you're going to ultimately be the landlord of, are you going to own the building
Yes.
that you're there? Okay, so what capital are you working from?
So Richard Moreno is our FA, and he is going to be searching for the capital, obviously, for this. It's not, and the CMO will be the property owner. We will do a lease with the school. The lease is not contingent upon the charter management lease. It's separate. And we'll do a lease purchase, a great agreement. But as you guys have been involved in these things, you know, all of the terms are a little bit fluid until we locate the exact place, the exact price, and but that'll start right away.
I'm also interested,
Yeah.
just for my closure and thinking
Yeah.
about the K-12 experience. With your experience with Montessori schools, are they typically K-5 or do they go past 5th grade?
So we had a preschool, we had a K through 8, and then I was the founder of the high school. So that's very rare. There's not usually high schools. So there's K through 8s and K through 5s are typical.
The only reason I ask that question is oftentimes we'll ask in this room when you do great work, kindergarten through 5th grade, and then those students are used to a model and now they go to settings where they may not have the same exact standards that you do. Is there a thought or is there a consideration for this ever being a K-8 or further on down the line kind of thing?
I'll let the educating team speak to that first.
So nationally, what we see most is charter schools starting as early as the state funding starts. In North Carolina, 5, if you're lucky enough to be in DC, age 3, and going. Ideally, they would want to go through 6th grade. But if you are in an area where middle school starts at 6th grade, the students leave in 6th grade to go to the local middle schools, and you're only going through 5th grade. And that 3-year cycle in Montessori of having 4th, 5th, and 6th grade together in the same room really matters. Those 6th graders pull up the level of everything that goes on in the classroom. So to address that challenge, what many, and I don't know if it's most, I don't have the stat on this, I could get it, do is they go through 8th grade. And then that keeps the parents wrapped in and committed through 8th grade. The transition to high school, research is needed. We know it anecdotally, and that is that the students on their first test might not do so well. And after that, one of the things you've learned in a Montessori classroom is how to adapt, how to check out your environment and how to adapt, and they do that. So, and they're fabulous at advocating and talking to teachers. Teachers in the Montessori class, they haven't grown up with teachers being over there and us over here. We're all together. They talk to the teachers, they advocate for themselves, they adapt to the environment, and they go on to do well. It's not always on the first test.
So yes, we're going to go to K-8 or
K-8, yes.
K-8?
Yep, K-8.
Okay, great.
I guess I have a question, and I think you've addressed it just sort of briefly, and I just want to hear more deeply. We have Candace from Tennessee and Sarah from Vermont and a nonprofit from Florida that Sherilyn started in Florida, and you're all coming here to Wake County to plant a school. And so with a Florida nonprofit, I guess I'm feeling like everyone must have the same question. Why aren't you planting a Montessori school in Florida where the nonprofit is licensed or certified, registered? and why Wake County? And I'd really like to know specifically. And the thing would be, we're looking for grassroots support and interest and engagement rather than Tennessee, Vermont, and Florida. We're looking for Wake County people. And so what is your network there, and who are the people that are helping drive this? Besides, I know we have Carol here and Katie here, so besides the two of them.
And just on the looking for the place to plant it, why not Florida? So this is very much a team effort. And it wasn't a CMO saying, where can I go be a CMO? It was, the goal is to try to bring more great, high-quality public Montessori instruction to children. Where is their alignment? Because I have done this in Florida, right? When I was the CEO of that school, and yes, could have easily turned around and done that right there. But the alignment that I needed to have, which is the people, the place, the structures, the supportive organizations, when we all started talking, we realized North Carolina is a really good spot for that. And then we got more granular because with these two Wake County ladies that I'd like to speak about it more granularly. The decision-making process is probably different from what you guys are used to with CMOs that are established in that way. This was created with the sole purpose, the CMO part, the sole purpose of supporting the Montessori network. So it was, where does the team feel like we have a really strong thing? Candace also, she's in Tennessee now. She's got family here in North Carolina, has been itching to get back. So that was another little piece of it. But I'll let you guys talk a little bit more about the Wake County.
Hi, my name's Carol. I've lived here in North Carolina for over a year now. We recently moved here after my husband took a job here, and I'm kind of jumping ahead, but I do talk about my son later on. My son was a Montessori student, and he did wonderful in Montessori. I almost feel like her. I feel like I'm going to cry. I don't want to say too much because it's supposed to be the ending, but he's a Wake Tech student now. He goes to Wake Tech. He works at the Raleigh Improv. He's paying his own way through school. He's very independent. He's driven and motivated. And we have two other children, my husband and I too. And the school that they went to was just very different. It was a private school where we lived because our public school was really struggling. It was at risk of being taken over by the state. It was overcrowded. There were behavior issues. And we just, as two professionals, young, we just didn't have the money at the time to pay for a third child for private school. So when there was a Montessori school, we put our son in that Montessori school. And he did very well. So as a parent, that's why I'm on the board. As a social worker, I just felt that it was compelling and natural to want to help someone else. And if I can help another parent or help other people have other choices, and I just think that that would be the most important things, because Montessori is about more, not just about yourself, but about everyone, more of a global picture. And it's just so important that we help one another. And I just think that that's how I got involved and why I feel so strongly about Montessori at this time.
How did you all find each other?
So it's weird. We all kind of interconnected. Everybody, I'm not even sure how everybody knows each other. I ended up knowing Sherilyn, and I don't know how everybody knew each other, though, to be honest. We've done a lot of Zooms. We've had multiple Zooms. Some people I just met last night in person for the first time, but we've been Zooming for a long time and working together. But, and I met you at the conference too, the Carolina conference. So some of us have met other places also.
It sounds like the National Center was a commonality between at least maybe three or four of you. And then I heard a couple say that you're stepping down, so maybe you have a role in the National Center for Montessori. Do you have a role that you're stepping down from? And is anyone remaining a part of that organization?
Yes, the National Center, we're 11 strong. It's a nonprofit. So when I step down from that role, I work on a team. So someone else will unfortunately fill my position. So I will leave the National Center, but we'll still have contact with the colleagues that I've been working with for the past 4 years.
Okay, Gwendolyn?
I have a question. It seems like there's some changes that will be happening to the board, and I totally understand, this is the vision and, just the thought of it coming together, and it's exciting, being the first in the country. What does your next board look like? Because you've got 5 on this one, that's slim. But what is that going to look like when your school operates? What will that look like?
If I can share also, Steve Griffin, who's not here, as we mentioned earlier, is a stalwart in the community. And the reason why he wanted to get involved, not to put words in his mouth, but he has said this, you can he said that he knows that Montessori is such an effective education and the students of Wake County really need this. And he said we're growing, but we need this particular type of education in this area. So how we're going to be filling the board, how they're going to be filling the board, is using best practices of governance, right? Which is getting as local as possible with the people who know the community the best. So starting with obviously the people that are here, but as we hone closer and closer in onto where the precise location is going to be, and also Carol's going to be starting a lot of the parent reach outs. And as we see where everybody is, where they're living, really pulling them in and really making sure that this is primarily the North Carolina board, and even more specifically the East-Southeast Wake County board for Encompass Montessori. That'll be a very dedicated effort, but once it's kind of sometimes chicken and egg, right? Inviting all these people to the party before we know there's a party, right? So now when we know it's coming and we know there's going to be a roll-off, this is what's needed to have strong board governance.
Follow up. I have a follow-up question.
Go right ahead.
So my understanding is, I want to make sure I get this clear, the CMO, this is your first charter school in the country.
As a CMO.
As a CMO,
So,
right.
Yeah,
as a
because
CMO.
I've had quite a long history with charter schools individually.
Yeah, but it sounds like an amazing, the stories, I'm sure. But as far as the vision, then you're looking at possibility of starting other charter schools. Are you doing that right now? Are you starting any other charter schools?
Okay.
So, someone online, if you could mute, we can hear you in the room.
Okay, so thank you. You asked if we're starting other charter schools under the Charter Management Organization. So we have Epic Change Education. We've called ourselves a school development organization on purpose because the goal is not to become a monster CMO, right? That is a function that we will do for very specific things like Montessori. Right now, as Epic Change Education, we have a school that we're supporting in more of the SDO capacity. So we're helping launch. We are helping with financing and facilities, and that is Legal Prep. It's going to be their second location in Indianapolis. And so we are using so you're asking about capital and things like that. The 10 years of deep experience in this industry and the connections and the relationships and the strategic partnerships, that's what I'm bringing to bear, as well as with these successful school leaders. So in the Impact Program, we had ended up with 45 amazing school leaders. A lot of them are single site leaders and they want to grow, but sometimes their boards like, no, we're good here. We're not interested in going over there. Why would we? So trying to help bridge that gap. Legal Prep is an exception to that because their board was like, we are ready, we're growing, we want to bring this to everybody. And so we're like, yes, we'll be there to help you. But other schools who are interested in wanting to take that step, they need that background support. And they need to find ways to be able to stretch their wings. And because some of this education is brilliant, but without support, they can't get it to more folks. So that's kind of what the service we're trying to provide is. And that's not always going to be a CMO. And also our CMO contract, as you guys have seen, we're not owning the contracts with the teachers and all this kind of stuff. It's truly a support organization. And we only chose that particular structure on the advice of council and to look at we weren't sure what else to call it, to be honest with you. I didn't want to call it that because of all of the bad actors in a space. We don't want to be associated with it, but honestly, a charter support organization, a school development organization is more of an accurate terminology for the things that we're going to be doing. So our CMO function, Montessori, school development, other. Does it help? Okay.
Yes, could I follow up?
Yeah.
Cheryl, I'd like to hit the major task or major work service according to the contract, and you just verify or say, no, I sort of lifted those out of the contract.
Oh, yeah.
And the management agreement means that you would manage operations, accounting, the educational aspect, recruiting and admissions, purchasing, professional development, special ed, special educational services.
The special education we're making, and we've already discussed this with the Encompass Board in the final contract, directly providing services for the EC students is going to be managed directly by the school because that's closest to the students, and I feel who should be managing that.
And the technology?
We will support and
IT.
advise, but the school will manage that.
A curriculum?
Curriculum, we will be procuring that.
And then food service?
We're going to do the NSLP program and support that for
And
them.
then hiring?
We are not going to be in a hiring capacity except for the school leader. Then the Encompass Montessori and Epic Change Education will agree on that school leader. Everything else is underneath the school leader and the board's purview.
All other hiring?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't note the place where I saw this, but there was a phrase that caught my eye that made me think otherwise.
Yeah, there was that draft. That was
Okay.
our very first draft of that, and
Okay.
we've all had the discussion with the board and are instructing the attorney to make those changes to make sure that it's clarified.
So what we're looking at is not the final agreement, contract between the EMO and the...
It's
and the
close,
school.
but those things that we just highlighted. Also, there's another one, the aftercare, extracurricular, and co-curricular activities the school will manage. The school will also be providing some of the professional development for school and leadership, as well as the CMO. So we're both going to be doing that.
So there's a fee to the CMO.
And it's 12%,
Epic
not
Change.
15. Yeah.
Right, so then when you have the professional development cost, does that go to either the CMO or some vendor related with the CMO?
So
funnel through you?
Yeah. So the biggest, the reason the way that the attorney explained this, I think that was better, is more graphically. So the charter management organization is right here. The board is right here. National Association of Montessori in the Public Sector is over here. So we'll have 12% to manage all of those functions. We will be contracting with them because they're the gold standard of Montessori training to provide that training at or below cost. So does that help?
Yes, that answers that question. You will be using the National
Yes.
Center for Montessori
Yes,
in the public
and-
sector to provide staff development, professional development after year one, as well as curriculum?
Yeah.
As well as curriculum. And then the books and supplies, there's a line item for instructional materials, $30,000 the first year, $90,000 in year two. Is that also through the Montessori?
No.
The National Center?
Those are from
Instructional materials, where are they acquired?
There's a variety of sites and companies that provide Montessori materials, and we'll do a price, whoever's getting us the best price, and we're hoping at the promise of being a network, we get a discount.
Other questions?
Yeah, I think we need to hear more from the board, to be honest.
Can I ask one question before we switch completely? Currently, there are 3 people who are in leadership at the national organization that are on the board of directors of the school.
Yes, yeah.
One of those is going to step off to become the school leader. Are the other 2 going to remain on the school board that's going to contract you, who's going to contract their company? Am I asking that the right way?
Yes. And the reason why, and I want to try to explain this in a different way. So the Epic Change Education was only going to be operating on that 12%. So we are going to look for the best curriculum and the best strategic partners, et cetera, to fulfill our list of duties well. And there will be no financial interest from anyone on the board, even if we choose National Association of Montessori in the public sector to purchase those things. They don't personally benefit from it, and I won't be paying over and above. I have a financial disincentive to do that. So that will be, and also I will have the responsibility, if that isn't working, to pivot. Because that's my charter contract with the board. The board says, here are what we need to be hitting as far as the academics. If that isn't working, then I have the freedom to pivot. And then they also have, on turn, they have the freedom to fire me, right? So that's where, when we were trying to figure out the structure, council advised that that would be the best structure because we're holding each other accountable in different ways and no one is individually benefiting inappropriately.
So, my understanding is that the Encompass is not contracting directly with the national.
No.
Okay, so
No.
that's where you're talking
No.
about, where the
Right.
break is.
So
there's
Encompass is
total break.
contracting with Epichange Education. We are as the CMO. The CMO is going to choose who we contract with to provide the other services, to kind of keep it away, those decisions at arm's length. So they can't be unduly influencing us for what we're choosing because it's in our best interest to choose efficiently, effectively, and everything.
And your board's going to be increasing in number.
The Encompass Montessori Board, yes.
Right.
Yes.
So that there'll be more
This is-
people that are not associated
Right.
with, okay.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
the committee, committee to form the founding board. Yeah.
Thank you, Sherilyn.
Thank you. Okay.
We're ready to hear from
The board.
our Encompass board. So Candace, as the president of that board, what Sherilyn has articulated to this point is that your understanding with your contract with the CMO and that those are the responsibilities and tasks of the CMO and you're handing those over to the CMO.
Yes, the conversation seems constant, and absolutely what Sherilyn just shared is my understanding.
So define your board's responsibility in light of the fact that those are the things the CMO is doing. What are the things you and your board will be responsible for in the development of this school?
The founding board, as we are.
Yes.
Before I roll off of.
Yes.
Okay. Gosh, may I get my notes?
Okay, yes.
Sorry, this is my CMO section. So as the chair of the founding board, I get to oversee but also collaborate with the rest of the members of the founding board. As we stated before, the intention very quickly is to do that grassroots work that I heard and was voiced for local voices, local folks, local Wake County residents, to be a part of the foundation and the success of the school. There are marketing needs that we need to meet, enrollment, community outreach is something that we notice in our feedback, and we are ready to talk to people, gauge interest, spark and inspire even more desire for the Montessori program that we'd like to bring. We'll converse about the educational program, the curriculum, the materials is a big responsibility that we need to have a conversation about, especially with a $30,000 line item in a budget. Even especially in a Montessori program, quality varies from manufacturers across the globe. And that's going to be important, especially for a pedagogy where children are putting their hands on materials every single day.
Let me pause you right there. Is it your understanding that you and your founding board will be selecting that curriculum?
Yes.
Okay.
Right?
I think it's just getting confusing.
Candace?
I am confused by the question and what I answered that I didn't think I answered correctly.
You said one of the things, I need to hear from Candace as the chair of the founding board. One of the things that you and your board will be doing is selecting curriculum, the $30,000 line item. In year one, $90,000 in year two. That's what you just said? I'm just confirming. Is that the way you understand it?
Like selecting purchasing? No. But like consulting around the materials that could be purchased is what I'm meaning.
I have
Go ahead.
lots of questions.
Please, go right ahead.
First of all, and I don't think this may be user error on my end, but when I pulled down the budget from Edlusion, it didn't have, there were errors. Like that table there we're seeing was not
The
correct.
revenue was all like RIF.
And I don't
number,
think that
yeah.
that's the applicant's, I don't think that was from the applicant. But then when we open up eBoard today, the budget's correct, or, well, I shouldn't, correct isn't the right, filled out. So it made reviewing the budget in advance of today a little bit wonky, and I don't think that's on them. But if you could pull that budget back up, the one that, so there it shows total revenue for year one, and my eyes are so bad I can't even see that. There you go. Well, they're not that bad. Jeez, Pete. All right, so it shows overall budget total revenue for year one at 1.595717. Just roll with that number for a second. So go to the far left, on the far left tab, or the budget tab there. And there it's showing total revenue. Let's see, that's not even the same as what on the version that I have. Go to the, not that tab, go over one more.
Personnel budget?
To the left.
Is there another one over to the left?
To the left, budget there. There it's showing year one revenue total at 1.623. So I'm not seeing where these numbers are aligned. So I just feel like I need more time to dive into this budget, because what's in Edlusion, what we have here isn't lining up in my mind, but maybe it's my mind. So
There was a,
okay, so I was going to ask the question to the board, what are you receiving for the services of the CMO? But I think that, I don't want to rehash that because it sounds like we got that answer from the CMO. What is your understanding of, what is the percentage of your revenue year in and year out that you're paying to the CMO?
12%. Well, it's graduated, right? Am I right?
I'm asking you on behalf of you're representing the board.
Right.
Okay.
It's graduated. It begins in year one. In the budget that we have printed, and I believe there was, I don't believe, when I updated or uploaded to Edlusion during the April deadline, I'm not sure what happened with Excel, but we did get communication back that the budget
Yeah,
was
something
not-
wonky
something
happened.
happened.
I'm just asking the question,
Yeah.
what is the payment between the nonprofit board and the CMO on a yearly basis? What percent of the revenue is going to the CMO?
So it's contracted at 12%, but if you look at the budget for years 1, 2, and 3, you can see that it sort of works up to that. It's 8.7% in year 1, 7.4% in year 2, and about 10.5% in year 3.
Thank you for that. Next question is one that we always ask a board if you're partnering with a CMO or an EMO. Everyone at this stage in the process behind that podium thinks this is going to work out and we're going to hold arms and kumbaya and it's going to be great. And what if that doesn't happen? What is your understanding as a board member of how you would terminate this contract? And would you have a school if the contract is terminated?
Yes, well, the charter would be held by the Encompass Montessori Charter School Board, so the charter would remain intact even if the arrangement with the CMO did not work out. But our contract with the CMO does include clauses for how that relationship would end and the circumstances under which it would and how that relationship would be dissolved.
Has the board had an attorney review this agreement? Not the CMO's attorney, your attorney?
Yes, I believe we have. Yes.
Okay. And last question, I'm peppering you with questions here.
One that you didn't get answered is who owns the building when they're, so you have a charter, but do you still have a building? Because my first question was who owns the building? And it was the CMO. So if you terminate the contract with the CMO, what's your understanding about what happens to the facility?
My understanding is that the lease agreement remains intact.
Okay, yeah, my follow-up one question was going to be, and again, I may have missed it, but doggone, I've read this management agreement multiple times, and I can't find in the actual management agreement where those percentages are laid out, what you just shared with me. It talks about all monies received by the board shall be deposited into a charter school's depository account with the financial institutions that's acceptable to both parties. But unless I missed it, I don't see where the financial relationship between the board and the CMO is spelled out. Where is that?
Yeah, so, and I wish I had it right here. This was a long time ago. I'm going to take your word for it that it's not there.
Well, I would have kind of expect you to know whether it was in there or not. It's your management agreement,
I
not
thought,
mine.
I think it's in there, but you're not seeing it, so I'm not sure how to
I may
square
have
that.
missed it, and I will be the first to admit I'm wrong if I didn't catch it. Well, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, and we have, there may have been from when we wrote that agreement, and Fish and Richards is our pro bono legal consulting firm. We use Fish and Richards in Washington, D.C. And it is, they said, this is good for a draft, so I don't want to, but, they're pro bono and how much they want to do before they know it's going to happen. And then with the budget, what I would do is, what I would hold the CMO to is the CMO put together the budget. And they have committed to that 8.7%, 7.4, 10.5, and then 12% ongoing.
I'm going to stand corrected. I just saw it for the first time, but it's higher.
It's 15.
Yeah, it says 15. It doesn't talk about 8 and 12.
Right. And so when we were actually running the numbers and we were saying but what about this? And we need money for this. And then conversation with Sherilyn lowered the percentages to what's on the budget. We couldn't make the first year's work at 15%, so we couldn't do the 15%.
There are a couple of items
Thank
that
you.
they've stated this is a draft. We're not really looking at the final contract.
While we're talking about it, can someone articulate for me how the amount of rent is calculated, and the terms of the lease agreement, and the purchase options within?
So the lease agreement is designed such that the payments are calculated based on the school's ability to pay, because we're starting at such a small size. We have a very small budget in those early years, and so the payments increase as our enrollment increases and our capacity to pay increases. And the lease agreement is for 25 years, and at the end of those 25 years, the school is eligible to purchase the property for $1,000.
So you're close
I
on
also think because
part
there was a
of
question
that.
about the building, this is one of the reasons we've got the CMO contract,
and the lease contract as two separate contracts, so that the agreement with the CMO could come to an end without the lease with the building coming to an end.
So I understand what you said about the CMO graduating up their fee, but that's not the way that I read how the lease works. It doesn't make reference to the school's revenue at all. It talks a lot about the landlord's costs, and then additional development fees and things of that nature, but not exactly related to the school's budget.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
No, I asked a question and you told me that the lease itself was based on the school's ability to pay, and I don't see that in the lease.
I see. That is my understanding.
So what I'm recognizing in this question, been trying to put together what the confusion is, and I think it's becoming clear that you all are new at this, and this is the first. I mean, not new, but this is your first run, and a lot of these documents are becoming official in this interview, and there's a lot of editing. It sounds like needs to occur, and so I think some of these questions get cleared up with more information. Like I think there's. I would like to see a final draft of what the lease is going to look like. Instead of us hearing what it might sound like, I'd like to see what that budget looks like, or the lease agreement looks like, or the who's going to own the building if there's a termination. I think some of these things need to become a lot more clear. I personally, this isn't a question, I'm personally like the concept of what's being talked about here today. But as we said in the morning interview, the business side of thing makes or breaks the school, right? And so, to me, I don't know where we are in this line of questioning. If we need to do the closing remarks, if there's any further questions, but I think there needs to be a lot more information provided to the board to make a sound decision.
Yeah, I would echo that. I mean, I'm not looking for them to necessarily say have the final lease agreement. We're talking about a school that's not going to open for 2 years. If you had asked me when I was behind that podium, give me your final lease agreement, hell, I didn't even know where my school was going to be. Like, forget the lease agreement. But I feel like I need more confidence that the board knows what will happen if the relationship with the CMO doesn't go the way you want it. Like, yes, that you won't lose the charter because the board owns the charter, but a charter without a building is no school. A charter without the appropriate financial supports you need means there's no school. And I know we're going down this rabbit hole, or I'm going down this rabbit hole of worst case scenario, but we've just seen it happen. And so I want to reiterate what Dr. Eldridge is saying. I think there's something really pretty interesting here about this concept of this school. Not pretty interesting, I think really interesting. But I'm a little uncomfortable with the information I have at my hands right now, particularly because I'm always driving into the budgets first, and the confusion over what we pull down in Edlusion versus what I'm seeing for the first time here today. And that's not your fault. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not blaming, it's no one's. I don't know why that occurred, but I'm a little uncomfortable at this moment in time.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Shelley.
I think Bruce, the uncomfortableness is that we are looking at two different things, and then when we ask, we couldn't get that solid answer. You know, if you know your budget and you know that you know that you know, and you know your terms of your contract, but because we have different things on our end, which is nobody's fault, but you come to the table and you know your stuff, and I think that's what is giving me a little pause.
I'll add a couple of items to that as well. I know you've said this is not the final contract between the management company and the school, but you've both signed it. Currently, as we sit here, it's a signed contract. I don't know what we do with that, But under specific functions, it says that the CMO will oversee and administrate the delivery of the educational program, including the selection of instructional materials, the selection of personnel, the selection of equipment, technology and supplies, and administration of extracurricular and co-curricular. It sounds like it's all-inclusive. And you, as the board, Candace, you as chair at the time or as head of school, you are not doing these things. The CMO is doing these things. If that's the case, you just need to understand that and agree that that's how you want the school operated and present it to us with confidence that these are the details of our agreement and we're ready to move forward. So we need the final contract. We need to know what you really do agree to. We need the percentages firmed up and confirmed. And the other thing, the final thing that I don't think anyone has mentioned, but we have to bring this up, is that community support issue. So Montessori is a wonderfully unique and innovative way of instruction that really provides a lot of children a quality education. I think a lot of us here believe in Montessori and have experienced it. But you haven't given us any demonstration of community support or need or demand or interest at all. Like just zero. So if we go to the application where it asks for you to upload indication, there's just like a letter, a few paragraphs that says Montessori's great and we know people will want it, type of thing. And that's not community interest. And we don't really have community interest coming from the board members. We have one person who's just moved to North Carolina a year ago and then a couple that live in Wake. So, I mean, there's minimal. But we just need to know that there's a wave of support and strength behind you that's ready for this, not just transplants from other states and programs, as good as they are and as successful as they are. We want it to come from within and show that that we're compelled to find you guys, to find this program and bring it to our community because we want it. That's what we want to see, people that are compelled to go after that NCMPS, right? And say, we want this in our community. And we're not seeing that today. So if you can bring some evidence of community members, parents, volunteers, people out there who are ready to help get this on the ground, get this up and going.
Yeah, and just to build on Dr. Hare's excellent points, it's a very aggressive plan. I mean, there's a lot of students, and I think you'd need to have that robust community support and evidence of that. So, yeah, thank you.
And I was wondering why use a CMO and an EMO? Why not just an EMO?
It's not, it's just a nonprofit, it's just the nonprofit CMO, there is no EMO.
There is,
Yes, I guess so.
yeah,
I'm confused.
yeah, my understanding, it's just a CMO.
It's just to see, okay.
I want to reiterate, and I don't want to use our time. I mean, I know we've discussed it very well. Dr. Hare was right as far as local community support. With that, though, I'm saying I do not want us to lose this opportunity to bring something that could have a national impact of starting a Montessori network, CMO, and lose that. So I would like to make a motion that we bring them back. Are we there yet?
We have to do closing remarks.
Okay.
And I think I heard Stephen may have had a question online.
Yeah, John, I've got 3 questions. One point, if you're looking at your lease, make sure as a board you understand what net zero means. So that means you're responsible for everything in that building. So just be very careful with a net zero lease. The other thing, Rita, Dr. Hare brought up earlier, there was a mention of the new schools grant, $250,000. That hasn't been mentioned. Is that, have you already gotten the $250,000? You applying for that $250,000?
We did not receive that $250,000, and it is not included in the budget. So the budget runs without that $250,000.
Okay, and then I'm gonna give you I love the idea, and when your original presentation, you were talking about Eastern Wake County, spent 9 years there. Knightdale, Wendell, Zebulon, Garner. Remember, north of where Zebulon already has East Wake Academy, then you have the area north of there is really saturated up towards the Wake Forest area, Franklin Academy, all those other there. But we also need to remember that
Thank you very much.
Okay, I believe that, did they have closing remarks? Have we given you an opportunity for closing remarks? This would need to come from Encompass Montessori, if you have closing remarks. Thank you.
I just want to make clear, are we still continuing with the process? Because, okay.
You're doing your closing remarks on the interview.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the first thing I want to say good afternoon. That's where I started earlier. So, and we're back here again. But as a parent, I had a son at Montessori Public Charter School, and I'm thrilled and honored to be a part of this board and in front of you today. One of the things that we've talked about is the marketing. We all understand that it would be crucial not to meet the numbers, but I really do honestly believe living in a new subdivision in Wake County, there are homes everywhere. There are townhouses. There's fields being cleared. There are so many new people from all over, from young families to grandparents raising children. There are just so many, and it is booming. If you look, I drove this past weekend through Nightdale. There is houses everywhere being built. And that's where I really think the market is. I mean, the district here is going to get saturated. It is going to be overcrowded. We did launch the Encompass Montessori.org to just get the feelers out there. We did have people send back without any social media or anything. We had people that actually did respond. We did plan to use the CMO to help us and assist us in the marketing aspect. We were going to send out mailers. We were going to put things in the paper. We were going to host listening events. We were going to have billboards put up. And we still plan to do that, especially if you give us another chance, you know. We wanted to go to the library and the parks and speak to people, collaborate with local businesses and government leaders. We talked about the YMCA, the churches, the preschool, local realtors. We talked about building a strong foundation with the local community. We also talked about the farmers market and attending the local events like the Spring Fling and the Latin American Festival, and just trying to really network and sell the program. And it would be all of us. It would be all of us working together and collaborating to really sell it. And the other thing we talked about was setting up the Parent Square platform in order to communicate with engaged parents and community members and to really network and get the message out there and really sell the program. We wanted to parents would be able to create accounts on the platform, and they would get general updates about the school, information about open house, applications, the lottery system. We would also have like the back to school night, fundraisers, parent teacher organizations meetings. We also talked about the need for it, and Wake County it's overcrowded. There are just a lot of students. And the other thing too is there are a lot of charters out there, but they're also waiting lists. Some charters have waiting lists waiting to get into schools. And our program is unique only because it is a Montessori program, and there are not really a lot of private or tuition-based programs in the area that we're looking. If you look at that map, if you look at that map, there's just not a lot of people in those areas, like the Nightdale, Wendell area. And we really think that it would give families choices. And I know me as a parent, if I didn't have a choice, I really don't know what we would have done, to be honest. But we would be helping another family have a choice and set a good foundation for a student. And I think that's what's important. Should I just lead right into my ending? The ending?
Is there time?
Do they have time? Okay.
Dr. Logue.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay. I want to address, first I want to say, yes, we see like the notion about this being a really special combination that could have national impact. That's our interest in it, is because of what it's going to do here, and that there are economies of scale. We work with so many schools, and they struggle financially because they're working on their own. And if they want to bring us in to train 5 teachers, that's a whole lot different than if they're bringing us in to train 15 or 20 teachers, right? Because it just costs money for us to show up. That's the impact that we really see for the kids. I am recognizing, as I'm listening to what goes on, first, there's a difference between the CMO and the lease. We will not lose the building, because you do lose a school if you lose a building. The board's responsibility is to choose the CMO, to set the policies that the CMO has to abide by and approve the budget that the CMO draws up, and to hire the executive director. That's what the board of the school is ultimately responsible for. If it isn't working with the CMO and the school is not proving quality, then in discussion with the CMO, if they can't get it together, then you can either find a new CMO, which I doubt that we would do, because we as the National Center, I'll put on my National Center hat, work with a lot of schools who work with CMOs who don't know a thing about Montessori. And they do not put the money and the values in the right place, and it is a constant struggle between the school and the CMO. But at that point, unless there's another CMO who has arisen in those intervening years to serve that purpose, then we would go back to where we take those things on ourselves as the board and as the school, without the benefits of the CMO. It's exhausting. I don't think it's the best way, but if there's not a CMO who can do that, that's what we would need to do, which is what we did in DC. Because you do what you got to do to keep the school's doors open and good for the kids and the families.
Okay, thank you. Charter School Review Board.
There was one more point. There was one more just quick point. I noticed as we were going through, like, this isn't fitting and that isn't fitting. I think it's not coincidence that what's not fitting, and I hear it, it's not, is that there are the things we had to pay a lawyer to work on, that we paid the lawyer to work on before we finished the final drafts of the narrative and the agreements, and we didn't go back and ask the lawyer to revamp it with the newer agreements about how it was going to work. So when you're seeing the difference in the money, the lawyer had written that, paid the lawyer to write that, changed the percentages, didn't go back and ask the lawyer to redo it. And that's on us. But that's in both of those 2 agreements, that's the common ground that I'm finding, is not wanting to spend the money on the lawyer to go back and redo it to match what the narrative says.
So I think it's important to understand that what you submitted to us is what we have to refer to. And your understanding that seems to be shifting and still being solidified is not something we can approve today.
Right. No, I understand, because the
Even
contracts,
what you just articulated.
they're letters, I'm sorry.
Even what you just articulated from your contract is not yet a signed and agreed to contract, because we've been told this is a draft and it's going to be changing. So I heard what you articulated, but we don't have that evidence yet. But it's time for the board here to discuss where we'd like to proceed, how we'd like to proceed from here. So feedback.
I think I may have jumped the gun when I said I'm impressed with this model, because Montessori, as far as I know, there is no one in the country doing anything like this with consistency in the Montessori movement. And as somebody really likes that whole concept, especially as a public charter Montessori, I really like that.
So just a clarifying question for you, Lynn.
Okay.
You're saying it's nationally unprecedented to have a Montessori charter?
No, nationally unprecedented to have a CMO help a Montessori school get started.
Got it. Thank you.
They're usually independent
thank
schools
you.
and they struggle a lot.
Yep.
Yeah,
thanks.
appreciate that. And so I really like the concept, although I agree with you, Dr. Hare, that it'd be great to have the contract finalized. And I think that's important for everyone. We'll have some more discussion, but I would like to make a motion at some point. But I think there's some other people that want to say something.
Comments first.
So I agree. My kids went to Montessori school. I think that I love the model. I think that there is opportunity here, but I won't try to say it as well as Jeremy did earlier, but I feel like that this is like we're looking at a first draft with this one too, just like we were this morning. There's so much that we didn't get to. Not offering transportation in a non-urban setting with 60% EDS. The budget has $1,495 per year for insurance for employees. There's one custodian in year one, and they're planning to eat in their classrooms. There's a lot here. The board's confidence in knowing the particulars of some of these things. I think there's a lot of opportunity, but I feel like it was very similar to this morning. It was like looking at a first draft.
Just a quick comment to that, the teacher assistant pay was $25,000 a year, and I think they're full-time. I would assume that it's a full-time position.
Yeah, and in year one, there's one elective teacher that I assume is part-time because it's $25,000 a year for 144 kids. Like,
It's an optics thing for me too. I mean, the optics here, it seemed like a really hard interview, and you know, you come to the table to open a school like this, you got to expect hard questions, and the CMO seemed like it's done a lot of work, and the folks that were representing the board knew a percentage of that. They relied on the CMO to do a lot of the presentation for them, and you know, we've seen that kind of stuff before, like with you know, did they want a school there, or did the CMO want a school there? I'd like to believe that they wanted a school and need a school there, but it just there was too much of the CMO doing the work, and the board. I would have liked to seen a broader board, maybe more. I know Steve wasn't here, but maybe some more parents or some other community members that are interested and have done some legwork, and then to say that we were gonna do some stuff on, you know, Parent Square, or that's the kind of stuff that on the application we wanted to see. Like, we wanted to see that there's a compelling reason for why the school is going to open that area, not after you get approved, but prior to, because then we need to know, are your kids going to come? Because we've said this before. You just take a look at the presentation this morning. Every school that opened up last year opened up under-enrolled. You know, one got closed this morning. And so it's the whole idea of if we build it, they will come is dead. Like, we've talked about that before, right? And so there's so many options in the community: micro schools, home schools, charter schools, private schools. I mean, there's just so many options that people can go to, and I know there's a lot of people here, but you got to show us that they want to come. I totally 100% believe in the passion that these people have about wanting to put the school in. Do I believe that Montessori? Yes. But I'm just left scratching my head too much, you know, and I don't know if a second interview fixes that or not. I guess we'll vote on that in a minute, but I just, you know, folks, come prepared, right? I mean, come ready to answer the questions and be confident in your application.
Yeah, kind of agree with you, Todd. And echoing Jeremy's comments from this morning, I felt that there were. First of all, I think this could be a really awesome school, and fill a need, and will be. I think there's really something here. I think I know myself, when I think about do we ask them to come back for a second interview, like, what are the things in a second interview that we'd want to learn? And for me, it'd be maybe some more questions around the budget, since there was discrepancy, for lack of a better word, between what was in Edlusion and what we actually have before us now, clarifying some of those positions that we didn't really get to today. But there's also things in a second interview that I don't think they get a second chance at. You don't get a second chance to show community support. That was part of the application. What you submit's what you submit. You don't get a second interview for the next 60 days to prove it. That was part of the original application. And yeah, so I'm struggling. I tend to agree with John. I kind of felt like when we were asking questions directly of the board, they were looking behind them to have the CMO confirm their answers. Am I saying this right? And that gives me pause. That how much did they know this? How well do they know this application? So
and this might not be the appropriate time for me to ask this question, but as a new board member, and you were pushing on this a little bit, Bruce, like, what warrants a second interview and what warrants where's the line there? Is a question that I have as a new board member.
Yeah, I mean, the line is however we want to define it by whether someone makes a
Oh, well,
motion
back
and
to
you
that again.
vote. But, typically, we historically, the second interview isn't about allowing the applicant to submit new information that should have been submitted as part of the application, or to, further clarify what was already submitted.
So a process question, if we don't accept the application and we don't ask for a second review, when can the school come back, or can the school come back?
Well, if the application is not moved forward today, they will have the right to appeal our decision to the State Board of Ed. They can win that appeal. They can lose that appeal. The State Board of Ed can kick it back to us. Those are the three things the State Board of Ed could potentially do. But if we were to not support it today, and then they'll have their appeal hearing, right? And then that appeals committee will take that recommendation to the state board. If it were turned down again, then the application's done. They'd have to go back through the cycle, and they could submit as a fast track applicant for next year's cycle. But yeah, to answer your question, there's no hard line of, typically when we ask for a second interview, between now and that second interview, we will send the board additional questions that we have about their application, maybe questions that we didn't get to today. But, and this is an extreme example, and so I hesitate to even say this because this is not this applicant. I remember it was either last year or the year before, we had an applicant who only submitted a one-year budget. Like, you don't get a second interview so you can come back and submit years 2 and 3. Like, that you didn't follow instructions. So I do kind of feel like Ms. Hare drilled into just reading the information provided around compelling interest. It wasn't there. So I don't think in a second interview, if they're granted one, they get to come back to the table and say, hey, since October 6th, this is all the things that we've done. I mean, we can't prevent them from doing that, but we'd have to weigh whether that's really going to factor into our decision or not. So
It becomes a progressive application.
Progressive. Yeah, that's a new term.
It does.
And
The
as I
marketing
was-
is another thing someone was speaking to. Well, they can do some marketing between now and ever, but the budget for marketing is 0 for all 5 years. And in the contract, the CMO is not paying for marketing. So there's that. There's another little budget issue. But Ms.
And I
Barlett.
wanted to hear more from the board as well. It's the board's interview. And because they do have a CMO, they get the opportunity to speak. So I didn't feel that the board was as confident about the application as I was hoping they would have been.
And I want to say too, it's not uncommon when a first-time applicant is before us, if they're partnering with an EMO, that, let me rephrase that. It's not uncommon for a first-time applicant, whether they're working with a EMO, a CMO, or just doing it on their own, to not have the lease agreement finalized yet. Like I said, I didn't know where my school was going to be when I was behind that lease agreement. I didn't even know what we're building. So that's not uncommon. But like in this case, we were provided the agreement between the CMO and the board, and they can say it's draft, but it's signed. So, yeah.
Any other comments?
I thought the marketing was in the budget of the CMO. Okay.
Well, I don't think we know what the budget of the CMO is, because all we know is in year one, it's $140,000, year two.
Right, but I'm saying.
The
part of
contract.
The
So the
contract.
contract says basically they would help develop the plan. That's not paying for it.
Or they would develop,
The
okay.
plan to recruit and enroll and those kinds of things. So, but again, the contract is not the final contract.
Right,
so
and that's the concern.
all of this
there.
could be determined by them later.
And Bruce, to your point, I think the difference in when you having no lease, they provided a lease to us that is signed by both parties. Like that.
Is someone ready to present a motion? We have 3 options before us. We can, you can move not to move them forward. You can make a motion to move them forward or to have them come back for a second interview. If someone feels ready to make a motion and see where we go.
I'm really torn on this. I hear some people saying they're not.
I guess I'm not going to make a motion. I guess I would have a question, and I'll throw out to my fellow board members, and if you don't want to answer it, that's okay. What information in a second interview would give you a greater level of comfortableness than that's not even a word, great level of comfort than what you have right now?
I personally would like to see a updated final contract. Because that's where we saw a lot of discrepancy.
So in the past, it would be too late for that. If that's something we are changing, it's part of the application packet.
Okay.
That's the word I was trying to recall.
Material, it's a material change.
We've always, the understanding is you cannot make a material change to that application. Is that still the understanding, Ashley?
I mean, for these management agreements, typically they have a draft form and then it gets, finalized as they progress. But I would say the vast majority of what's in the agreement is already in there. The fees for sure, what's being provided,
Good.
stuff like that.
Gwendolyn, were you ready to motion?
The answer to your question is, if we're painting a metaphor of a target, I think they missed it too far in this first attempt, and I don't want us to get in the business of saying go fix all these things and then we'll hear you again. I think that people need to understand that our bar is high, and even if it's a great concept, like it's still, you have to know the business of a school and you have to know the relationships among it, particularly when there's this many people involved. And I think I think that's part of why we sit here, is to hold people accountable to, a certain level of when they're here, because this is difficult and there's a lot of nerves that happen out there, but it's also real difficult to run a school. And so I don't know if I answered your question, Bruce, but I tried.
I just asked that out of curiosity as to,
Yeah, what would they need to do?
how folks are thinking on it. Yeah.
I don't know if
have
it's,
one more comment. Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know if it's new information. I think, like we said, it is what it is. They came to the first interview with what they have or what they don't have. My gut, I think, is that the CMO will run the show. And with that gradual release, my concern is I don't see the foundation for that gradual release to happen. I don't know if it's confidence. I don't know if it's lack of knowledge. It just feels very heavy on one side and not an equal,
Yeah.
and heavy on the wrong side, I would say.
Bruce made reference to that, and he called it the optics, like that. And I think that was the optics. Oh, it was John. I
It's
apologize.
okay. I don't know. I don't want to claim that. Let Bruce take claim for that.
I think it's important that the founding board understand this, that the optics were that the CMO is running this and that it's driving. The CMO is driving when we really need the founding board to be the driver, and they brought along the CMO for management and organizational purposes. But the optics are the other way today.
I was just gonna say, to be fair though, the law, the stuff that we've brought up is in the CMO contract, that's what they're gonna do, right? And so I think really just to be clear on what the CMO is gonna do versus what the board itself is gonna do, and both of them be confident in that when they come for the next application, and if that's the direction it goes, because I have full confidence in the CMO head that there's a lot of experience there. Right, and this is probably going to be something, if it gets up and running, it's going to be successful. It's just making sure everybody else is successful around you and surrounding, getting a group of people that's going to be able to prove that we want this school there. And I would say that I know we've made this comment to other schools that have been in this situation as well, that have, I've had to go through this interview twice. I didn't get through the first time. I had to come through for a second time too, and you learn a lot from this interview. You learn a lot. Either you want to do this or you don't. And if you really do, then you're going to go fight for what you need to do to make it better. And I think the other is to look at if land is purchased or if a building is found and they're confident this is going to be their piece of property, that to work with the Office of Charter Schools to figure out how to fast track the application, because there's only, as we heard today, there's some things that need to be tweaked, obviously, in the contracts and in the agreements, but also in the budget. But those things can be done rather quickly, and those corrections can be made rather quickly, and we could be looking at a fast track application next year if they're able to lock down some property. So
that's, just to clarify that, if they went fast track, they would open at the same time as they would with this application. But just have
again,
things
work
held
with the
in.
Office of Charter Schools to understand what that fast track looks like, because
Right.
the biggest piece of the puzzle is you got to have a place to go.
Well, you got to have the two things, the facility and the students. You got to know you've got the students, the capacity of that.
Well, Dr. Eldridge has made some excellent points, and I appreciate that, and especially in reference to the quality of the leadership and the knowledge and experience of the leaders that have come before us. We don't want to take anything away from that. We appreciate them.
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to not move this application forward, with the caveat that I don't want to take away from that. This is going to be an excellent opportunity if they stick to it, take the feedback, make the corrections, and come back.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to not move Encompass Montessori forward. We have a second. Do we have any other discussion? If not, we'll have a roll call vote.
Okay. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Linda Lynn Kakadelis,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay. The motion passes and it is denied.
Again,
So
I
you'll-
just want to reiterate, though, I hope this group, because of the expertise that's behind it and knowing the expertise, national expertise, number one, also knowing the waiting list that we have for public Montessori charter schools and the value that they bring, I hope that you'll come back and do fast track.
With the
just-
community.
Yeah, and just a reminder, the candidate will be here from the Office of Charter Schools. They will have the right to appeal this decision to Appeals Committee of the State Board of Ed if they so choose. Yeah. So let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll roll into the last item of the day. So we reconvene at 2:20.
All right.
All right, we'll go ahead. We're last topic for today. Our fearless leader is going to talk us through the application discussions.
All right. So just as a reminder, we have this now, the end of the agenda today to start discussion, and in the morning we have a second slot of time available to kind of revisit if there's anything over the evening that we want to bring up in the morning, and then we can vote.
Actually, I did want to say that Mr. Friend did have to step out. He has another meeting this afternoon. He is actually listening and is on his commute back. So just want to make sure everybody knew that.
So as you know, we have been working since the March of this year. We've been working on looking at the 2026 application, which is going to roll out in January, and we need to get to the developers in the next month or so. So we hope to have a finalized version of what we will send to them to get up in Edlusion following tomorrow's meeting. So what I did it's on eBoard and it was sent to you via email, is try to convert all of the questions from the PDF into just like a straight document with the questions, one after the other, because the PDF from Edlusion is a little wonky. And then separated it into sections so we can go section by section. You can let me know if there's a question via the question number that you have concerns about, and then we can go from there. So the application would start with the normal beginning information, which is like the organization, the nonprofit, the enrollment projection chart, the team member roster, and the board member roster. That would not change. The first section is the applicant contact and student enrollment section. So the major update to this is we've now put the enrollment information all together in this section. It used to kind of be in sporadic places and it wasn't very logical. So now the main changes are we've added a definition to charter support organization. That came up this year with a school that said they were a charter support organization but really sounded like a management company. So now that's just a little bit clearer. And then the only other changes are to give some clarification around the enrollment projections and the demographic projections, and then have all of that in this one section. So any discussion or questions about this first section? Yeah, we're trying to kind of make it a little bit more easier as an evaluator, and also obviously, given today's conversations, enrollment is something we really need to focus on front and center, and so trying to have that up at the very beginning is helpful. Okay, for the nonprofit corporate information, the only change we've made here is to move the bylaws and the articles of incorporation to this section. So previously, again, it was like in the governance section, but it really needs to be up with in this section that has like the federal ID and all of those kind of like more administrative information. Acceleration. The only changes to acceleration is to update all of the language to reflect CSRB as opposed to State Board. And then I added some language. I'm not sure how you guys feel about it, but essentially it states that applicants must know and indicate their intended timeline for opening upon application. Accelerated applications seeking to change timelines following application submission may not be automatically granted approval. So essentially I wanted to make it so it still has the door open should they want to make that request like the applicant did last month, but makes it very clear that when you are submitting this application, you need to know and indicate your timeline. And then should something change, which, circumstances change occasionally, they can make that request. Any questions on the accelerated section? Otherwise, it's all staying the same. Okay, the next section is conversion. We don't have many of these. This is converting from either a public school or a private school. And essentially, we just removed a question that was redundant, like had already been asked. So there's nothing, this is a pretty small section. And as a reminder, when you see the total questions in this application, nobody is using all of these questions, right? No applicant is going to be accelerated and converted and replication. And, so no applicant is ever going to have to answer 180 something questions or however it ends up being. I just think that's important to remind people. All right. The next section is replication. Again, this only applies to a very limited number of schools. We've updated the language to reflect the CSRB, included some clarity with the questions. So, for example, just making sure that the schools that are applying understand the eligibility criteria, which is in legislation. So there is no wiggle room around that. And then having them, present the evidence that they have for those qualifications, whether that's financial data or academic data.
Ashley, I have a question about this may be a crazy question, but if a school replicates and there are two different school numbers, not like what I'm talking about with a TMSA type situation. The school replicates, you have two standalone schools with the same model. If somewhere in the time frame of that second school's renewal that they decide this isn't working for us, and they're no longer replicating what they did with the original school, what kind of problem is that for them when they come for renewal, if any?
Well, so something we do in the renewal process is the renewal team actually has created a new process for this, which is really nice. Essentially, we ask that every renewal school go through their original application and kind of do like a self-study that's, have you reviewed your mission? Is it the same? Have you read curriculum? Is it the same? And then we move them through the amendment process. So if that were to happen, a school, for example, that is no longer doing the replicated educational model would need to go through a amendment process before they get to you for renewals, so that you are presented with the most up-to-date information.
So during the self-study, they would have to identify,
Yes.
I'm no longer doing this. They have to ask this for an amendment to their
Yes.
original charter, and then come before the renewal.
Yes, and
If it's approved in the amendment part.
right. And they could do it before renewal, obviously, but if it were during the renewal cycle, that's usually when we catch those sort of things, so that they're prepared to present the most up-to-date information to this board.
Okay, thank you. I didn't mean to tick off this.
Okay, alternative, the only thing we've changed there is to add a narrative to explain how the applicant meets the alternative school requirements. We get a lot of confusion about alternative schools. Very few schools meet the requirements. They're very specific, and they are in law. So rather than just saying, yeah, I'm an alternative school, now they have to explain how they meet those requirements. That's the only change. Okay, the EMO and CMO section, we've talked a lot about that. I've tried to lay out the questions, one after the other to make it very clear what we've got at this point, and to see how this board is feeling about those. This section always starts with a definition of EMO, CMO, since that is in administrative code. And then we've revised some of the language based on the conversations we had at last month's meeting. But specifically some of them, for example, 78, right? We talked about accountability, and the question I think that we landed on was, how will the nonprofit board evaluate and hold the management company accountable? There's a question about just specifying the relationships that exist between the management company and the employees working at the school. There's a question to disclose any relationships, essentially, that could be conflict of interest relationships. It asked, how, if necessary, can the board terminate the contract, and what are the consequences? Who will own the facility? It's pretty cut and dry. And then it asked to summarize the management company's financial compliance history. So if you recall, we had a lot of conversations about financial data and what we want to, ask them to submit. And over time, we've had a lot of great variance in what these companies are actually submitting to us. And last month, a conversation came up about the financial compliance history, which I thought was probably a good place to land if they operate schools outside of North Carolina. And then we've asked that they provide evidence that the school is in good, or the EMO is in good financial standing, whether that's an audited financial statement, IRS 990s for the EMOs, or a letter of good standing from their CPA or banking institute. So it kind of leaves the door open a little bit for the kind of variety that we've seen, but also asked a very specific question about non-compliance, which would hopefully be kind of the red flag that we'd be looking for anyways. We also added a question as to whether independent counsel for the board has reviewed the contract.
And the answer to that should be yes,
Yes.
not we think so.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Yes. I also wanted to say, just after today's conversations, that as a reminder, because this question came up to me personally, we provide training to applicants. So there's all kinds of resources. There are open office hours, there are webinars. If applicants need training for the application process, we don't just say like, here's that illusion, here you go. We are available to hopefully ensure that we don't see first drafts, but you know, you can lead a horse to water. How are we feeling about the EMO CMO section?
It's great. The conflict of interest, is that a new item or has that been on there for?
The way it's asked is new.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay, remote academies, we have not added any changes to that section. For some reason, I couldn't pull it out of the application, so I don't have the questions there, but that was pretty standard. Mission purposes and goals. We've clarified the language a little bit about what a mission and a vision is. We've asked that we recommended 35 words or less. We don't always get that. I think a recommendation is probably the good way to land. And then we've added some additional clarity around demand, which has come up today. So how have you assessed parental demand for the school? Please summarize your assessment and provide supporting data. And we've asked that the data or the evidence include at a minimum the type of contact, the date of contact, the number of attendees, and the indication of demand. So essentially trying to be a little bit more specific about what type of demand we want to see, and which would hopefully, lead the applicant to do a little bit extra work in that area. Because again, we're seeing things like, well, people are really excited when they come to our events, and then, we've seen the RTO numbers this year. It's a tough market, so we need really specific evidence that programming and that, school model is what parents want.
This might be this might be asking too much, but is there for the it could be I'm spoon feeding, and please tell me if I am. Like exemplar applications that have blown it out of the water that would show somebody exactly what that means. I don't know if there's, because I know we used to have all the applications are online, but if there's a way to like reference these guys blew it out of the water with this, or there's a great example of a blah 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 to post, so that when I look at you, there's no excuse to come in here and tell me that, well, I had 2,000 people on my Facebook site. I mean, well, that's great, but how many of them are coming to your school? Like, I just wonder if there's a way that we can provide that so people can see when we say what we mean by that, this is what it looks like.
And we've done that before with, if someone asks a specific, like, I'm struggling with this section, we might say, go check out, the application here. They're all online for the public. So, we can kind of direct them that way. But yeah, that is something to think about.
And I don't think it needs to be for the entire application. I'm just talking about like those harder, the places where we always kind of find a kerfuffle. It would be great if there was a way to say, for this section, here's a great exemplar.
Yes. Yeah, and this is in line. Last year, I attended an application conference through NACSA, and this is in line, this type of question, with what a lot of other authorizers are moving to, because they're all facing that similar enrollment and like marketing challenge. And so just trying to direct applicants to be more specific about like, this is the type of, some people call it hard contact or soft contact, but that idea of like, how are you actually interacting with people, and what kind of interaction is like, what kind of data do you have, right? If you're interacting with someone who has a fifth grader, but you're not going to open until their kid's going to be out of your demographics, then it's not going to work. So that's kind of, hopefully we're hoping that this improved clarity will give us some more, specifics in the application. Okay, so that is the mission, purpose, and goals. we've moved away from more specific. We took some of the like repetitive kind of like goal questions out because a lot of that is actually done in RTO, and it's usually done with a school leader, which at this point isn't usually the person writing the application. The educational plan, we significantly reduced the questions. So we created broader questions that better illustrate the applicant's ed plan and improve the clarity of questions. So, for example, so describe a typical day for students at different grade levels in your school, including how core subjects are integrated and what instructional method teachers will primarily use. How will the curriculum address the diverse learning needs? We keep those type of questions that go into making sure they understand how the educational program and the curriculum actually aligns with their mission and educational philosophy, but took out some of the more kind of, for example, there's no need for them to like upload a outline of a curriculum. Like, you know, you get those like PDFs that are 300 pages showing like, you know, this is ed learning and we're using this, or Amplify Science and we're using this, and they upload that. We don't need to see that. Like, we need to see that they understand that we're choosing Amplified Learning because it aligns with our mission, because, etc.
This question might get asked someplace else in the application. But for question 130, you know, a good question, you know, school leaders ask the teachers are, what do you do when they're not?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, the question here is, how will your curriculum address the diverse learning academic levels of students?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there could be, or at least some place for us to be able to see, well, when that doesn't work, what are you going to do? Like, what what data are you using to tell us if that's work, or that's going to tell you that that's working or not?
And I think that is in some of the, I think it's going to be maybe in the student performance standards, but I think that is addressed at some point. Like, how are you remediating students, or how are you reaching those at-risk kids?
That's why we have schools in the D, you know, that are low performing in D, because they don't have an answer for that.
Yeah.
Like, that's what your plan was when you open up the school, but when it doesn't work, what data are you using to determine whether it is or isn't before your end of grade test, and then what are you going to do when it doesn't? So if that's addressed someplace else, great, but I think that's definitely a reflective question that people need to think through.
Absolutely. Let's see. Okay, and then the high school section, which remains very similar, but essentially just explains the high school education model, explaining how graduation requirements will be met, what systems and structures will be in the school for students at risk of dropping out or not meeting those requirements, so kind of along those same lines. So I think that hopefully the ed plan is a little bit more structured and getting to where we really need to go with what understanding. Student performance standards, there's no changes there. So those are the questions that simply ask like how they measure student performance, you know, whether they're using different assessments outside of the state standard course of study, things like that.
Question 150 does what I was just saying with.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
And then school culture and discipline. The only thing we've changed there is to add a question regarding exclusion or expulsion. That has come up in legal cases this last year or so, and so we are just specifying in the application whether a school will use exclusion or expulsion and how, making sure they understand they need to abide by due process. The next section is governance and capacity. So we also greatly reduced this section by taking out things that are handled during RTO or reducing them a little bit. So it still has kind of the basics you'll want to know, including like the governance structure, what's the governing board's functions, roles, duties, making sure they understand what a governing board does, the size, the powers, etc. How they will be recruited and selected, describing the board's knowledge of the target community, which always comes up in interviews, the strategic calendar for the board, and then we've asked some of how will the board ensure grievances and concerns are heard without necessarily getting through the like specifics of a policy because we help them draft that in RTO. Yeah, I mean, we could definitely move that up to like maybe right after the nonprofit information. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so we can easily ask them to do that. What's next? Okay, and then we have the background check, the board member forms, all of that stuff remains the same. I think, Rita, you might have seen something that was like a duplicate. We'll ask them to fix that. And then staffing, we condensed 2 of the sections so that all the staffing is kind of together. So a staffing chart or chart outlining like, what are their projections for staffing? How are they going to be recruiting? Identifying, ensuring they're licensed, to meet the 50% licensure, those sort of things. Let's see. And then a little bit about the school's professional development or plan. There were a lot of questions that were kind of repetitive when it came to professional development. And again, this is one of those things that is really going to be worked out with the school leader. So we tried to kind of narrow that down a little bit more. Student recruitment. This goes a bit to what we're already asking in the enrollment section at the very top of the application, but the student recruitment section is more about what is your marketing plan, right? So how will people know and be informed of your school, and how do you plan to recruit throughout the entire planning year? And we've removed redundant questions, so there's just 3 very straightforward questions about how you're going to do that. Parental and community involvement. These are pretty similar, I think, to what we had before, but just 3, again, straightforward questions about how will you communicate, how will you engage parents, cutting down on some of the redundancy with multiple questions asking the same thing. And then finally, we have admissions, operations, facility. We haven't changed any of those. Those didn't really come up in any of our discussions as needing changes. And then, let's see, financial plan. We removed the 2 questions that are listed here because those are already at the top of the application. So how is the student number projected, and why do you think there's demand? That's already been asked at the top of the app, so we just kind of take those out. And that's it. The rest of it would remain the same, which is essentially just, certifying that you drafted this application, things like that.
Well, this I've been wanting to see for 8 years. Each board member should sign this application.
Oh.
With integrity in mind. Because as we interview, sometimes it's very evident that the board members haven't really read their own application, especially when they're worked with a CMO or an EMO. So since the charter will belong to the board, then I think each board member should sign.
Do they have like a form?
They signed some attached documents.
I mean, where the signature page is.
Yes.
Typically, the board chair or president signs. But I mean, under that, every board member.
I would hope that would mean that every board member has read it. But I don't know if that, just signing it would do it.
That's why I say with integrity.
With integrity, but
we
at
can
least the
always
board.
say, well, you signed this, if nothing else.
I think we say now, this is your application. I mean,
Right, exactly.
it is.
And they all submit the board member information form and their resume, so.
Their resume and how that they were approached.
Yeah.
But that's not signing the application.
Well, that's true.
You guys have done a ton of work. And,
amazing work.
Stuff looks really good. Thank you.
Thank you to the whole team, because it was a very,
Y'all have done a ton of work.
it was a joint effort, and Edlusion is not the easiest to try to convert that system
Well, I know
into.
you all have gotten a lot of feedback from a lot of people,
Yes.
wanted or unwanted, and obviously you guys have really tried to take into thought the the various types of feedback you got back, and it's reflective in this work. So thank you very much.
And I think I'm right about this. We've gone from 255 questions down to 189 questions.
We've definitely reduced a lot. Yeah, I haven't been able to see the total number because we haven't put it in the system, but it has to be a decent amount of reduced.
And I appreciate that because I look back, and I'm just too old. I look back in what we did in 1996 and 7, and for an application, and I mean, it was a whole lot easier then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know some of the schools that were approved back then would make it through us today.
I don't think they would. And that's a shame. That is a shame because we got some great schools.
Well, I do want to say though one last thing that I'd like to it's kind of in line with the application is the RTO. I think a challenge that we still haven't overcome yet is ensuring somehow that before school comes out of REO, the students are coming. And I don't know what kinds of checks and balances it can put in place. I don't know what there is to do, but 2 times now we've had to shut schools down in the last 4 years, because they haven't hit their target, and we keep getting schools that are barely able to hit their break-even number. So I don't, to be able to advise someone like a TISA, hey, you're not going to hit your number. You might want to consider, if they choose not to, that's on them. But I do think that there's got to be a way for us to get a better sense of whether or not school's going to hit their number or not. I don't know what it is, but it's certainly worth the conversation. So we don't have to go through this again.
Yeah, I think we might bring some ideas we're definitely going to bring RTO schools earlier now instead of just June and May. But typically, we have these minimum guidelines, but they aren't really set in stone. And so I think the schools, for the most part, are being somewhat pretty transparent and understanding of where their numbers are. But I don't think they're being realistic about the number of kids that you typically drop, right? So you have these applicants, and even though I've heard many times you guys say you can expect to lose a lot of kids between application and day one, it doesn't click, So I think there's an opportunity maybe for this board to be a little bit more strict about you have to meet this guideline by this time, or you can't keep going, Or I do think we might end up having more situations like we've seen where they just stay very positive, and it's not very realistic.
So I'm interested in your thinking on that, and I don't know if you're saying this, but even this year, it would have been possible that this board make a decision in June when we saw the numbers.
Right. And it's very hard, I understand, once they get to that point, it's hard for us too, we've been working with them for so long to say you're just not making it to the finish line, but.
I'd rather do that though than do what we've done. And it's not fair to the parents. It's not fair. I mean, it's just hard.
And all we're doing is telling them to delay. At that point in time, it's not like we're saying because after it's open, we're closing it.
Right.
But if you make that decision before you open, you can delay.
Right, that's true. Yeah, they don't. It's not like they have to necessarily, stop. They could just delay if you guys grant that. Yeah.
One more thing. Maybe as an option to signing the application, they could sign on the information sheet that they have read.
Oh, I see.
And understand their application.
Yes.
But as long as we have somewhere they've read it with integrity.
We can look at that form.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we're bringing this, I'm just going to bring it quickly to you guys in the morning. Oh, sorry, Todd.
No, it's okay. Just related, so last month we talked about kind of you guys ruminating on this and thinking about how might we get to, what John's talking about. What do you, I think that we need to hold this crop of schools accountable to whatever that is that we're doing. So what do you think, is it, because there comes a time that we say you must be at 75% by this date, but is it that we just need to create a number and stick to it? Or, and I don't know, or is it that we need to say, here is a standard intent to enroll form. However many of these you get, we're gonna multiply it by 75%, and that's what we're gonna count it. I don't know what that is, but I think that that with these schools that are going into RTO, we need to show them the benchmark pretty quickly.
No, I agree. Yeah, I think it might need to be something like a set number. You know, we've had this 75% for a long time. I don't know where that came from, but it's been around for a long time. But it's a guideline, right? So it has not been stuck to very strictly. And I think the data that Jenna Cook sent to you guys kind of showed where we've been at the last couple years. And I haven't had a chance, honestly, to dig through that, but trying to think through if there's like a percentage, something in that data that can kind of indicate like what is a percentage that would be adequate to show whether they will actually make it on day one, you know, and if we're looking at May or June numbers, right? Because I mean, we hear a lot from schools that like, well, it's June, we've still got the summer, but the reality is most of your parents know where they want to be. You know, as a parent myself, like you want to know by June, right? Like where your kid's going in the fall.
Well, Ashley and team, thank you very much for all your work you've done. Look forward to finishing the conversation on this tomorrow. And that concludes our agenda for today. So I will honor a recommendation or a motion to dismiss.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor of adjournment? Aye. Have a great day. Travel safe.